What are y'all doing? Well, I'm getting ready to scroll, but per the usual, I there's always something I forget to do before I go live. After I've scheduled it, I try to get too many things done. So I've got to load 5 blade clamps. So I figured I would. Hello, Mr. John Nave. Appreciate you being here. This is a clamping system specific to the Hegner, but I figured I'd show it to y'all, so y'all had something to watch while I'm doing it. The clamps look like this, and they're shaped like that, and so is the opening. Hello, Mr. Herbert Hooper. Good afternoon. So this is something specific to the Hegner, these clamps and this little holder, and this is why this table here is not attached to this table yet, because I got to find another place to put this so I can do blade changes. But once I move this thing to another spot, then I can do that. But I have to take the broken blades out and put new ones in. And these are going to be, I'm going to use number 5 and number 3 on this project. But I'm loading up number 3s because I already have some number 5s done. Hello, Mr. Josh Grover. What's up? And y'all can go ahead and start guessing on the amount of cuts. Unless you've bought the pattern, those people are disqualified because they could count the things if they bought the pattern. So y'all just make your guesses on how many cuts there are in the Native American piece, and you can win 5 free scroll saw patterns of your choice. So y'all bear with me while I do this blade change crap, and then I got to untwist them, but it won't take that long. If it breaks off right at the clamp, I got to tap it like that to get the little piece out. But y'all make your guesses. You can guess on the size of the piece if you want to, but guess how many cuts are in it. And the closest one, even if you go over, will get 5 free scroll saw patterns of your choice. I still got to get with Tavis Monroe to do that. Last winner was Tim Karp. I'm pretty sure the last name, I don't remember the first name. I believe it was Tim Karp. Hello, Mr. Knive. The piece is really big. That's what this is right here. That's the piece. If that helps any. Hello, Aussie man. I'm going to go out on a limb because your name is Aussie man that you're from Australia. I appreciate that. You might be the first Australian that's ever joined the comments or the chat area. What I'm doing right now is loading blade clamps, and I may not need to untwist that one. Nope, that one's good. Every now and then I get lucky and don't have to untwist them. Sweet. You can ask a question, John. And also, when you use these blade clamps, they're designed where you put the teeth aiming that way. And there's a little diagram on the thing too. It's not the thinness you should use, it's just the thinness I use. This is 1/4 inch. They make 1/8 inch. I don't know if they make it in maple, but I'm using 1/4 inch maple ply, and I do have this one double stacked. So when I was using the number 3s on the last project, I only had a single layer, so I might go through more number 3s. For you drinkers, you'll like that. I may go through more number 3s on this piece since I'm double stacking. Wow, that one doesn't really need untwisting either. Nice. Good luck. That's less time taken away from scrolling. And Aussie man, what we're doing, I don't know if you were here earlier, if you can guess the closest, even if you go over, as to how many cuts this project has, once I show it, after I'm done doing these, I'll show it. Then you can win 5 free scroll saw patterns of your choice from woodenvisions.com. And this pattern is available at woodenvisions.com. I've had one person buy it, so that person disqualified from guessing the amount of cuts, because if they bought it just to count, knowing what I was going to be working on, it would be cheating. But if you want this pattern, wait, give me a second. I'm not good at multi-talking. Well, yeah, the thinner you go on material, the more you can stack in a stack cut and get away with it. There's no copyright issues with this design, so it can be sold. It is a Native American warrior, and here in a second I will show that. There's two we got to untwist so far. Okay, that is your guess, Mr. Aussie Man. All right, I gotta write this stuff down again. Let me find a piece of paper here. I'm never prepared. Okay. Okay, Aussie Man has guessed 300. Herb Hooper, John Nave, Josh Grover, do y'all have guesses? Unless you want to see it first, I get that. Let me get the smaller version of the pattern so you can see it. But it won't be there long enough for you to count. This humongous piece of wood over here is this project right here. I don't know if that'll stay there, but I'll leave that in view. John says 375. And anybody can change their guess before I announce it. But I like to let a few people get in here and guess before I announce. A lot of times when I count these things, it either surprises me how much or how little cuts are in it, but I'm not going to tell you which direction that is. I'll only tell you how many there are. Oh, another good one that didn't need to be untwisted. Nice. He's going to take 275. It says Herb Hooper. Plus 10 miles. Act like you know me. Is on a serious note, is 325 your guess, Josh? Seriously? I don't want to assume anything when people are joking. Again, anybody that bought the pattern, I think it was Randy Boschin, but I don't remember, is not eligible to guess on the amount of cuts because they could have bought it and taken the time to count it. Missed pilot holes just means I adjust the number. Of course, we don't know that till we're going, but I always adjust it. But if somebody wins, they win. But if somebody ends up being closer later because I found missed pilot holes, they win the same thing, which hasn't happened yet. Okay, Josh Grover says 325. I'm going to make y'all wait a little longer this time. Give more people a chance to guess. It's about time I did a legitimate giveaway and said, I don't know what I'm going to give away, but let's have a little contest. Untwisting, okay. What I mean, Aussie Man, and y'all let me know let me try to get the... Okay, the clamps are like this, so the blade has to be facing this way on both ends to go in the top and bottom clamp, And if they're turned this way, I have to untwist them just enough to be turned that way. Does that make any sense? This one right here, the bottom is where it needs to be, obviously, but the top is turned the opposite direction, so I got to turn it to be the same direction as this. Does that make any sense? Hopefully it does. Even with flat-ended spirals, because the average spiral twists all the way to the end. This is not near as twisted at the end, but it's just not facing the right direction. So that's what I mean by untwisting. But if anybody ever guesses the same number as somebody else, I make one of them pick, whoever guessed second. All right, so I'm going to untwist the blades now. There's only 3 that I got to do that to. This is the project we'll be working on, but it's a huge piece over here. If y'all want to take a wild guess at the size of that huge project, you're welcome to. I don't think there'll be a contest for that. Mr. Anthony Campbell, what's up? Says, afternoon, Mr. Charles. Okay, and Aussie man understands. Sweet. Anthony Campbell, guess how many cuts this piece has? You can win 5 free scroll saw patterns from woodenvisions.com. 5 free scroll saw patterns of your choosing, not mine. Sometimes I regret that, but I'm talking about individual patterns, not like ebooks or something that has a bunch of patterns already in it. Hopefully I got enough number 3s loaded up. I went for 18 by 24, Josh, but I didn't. Let me go ahead and write these down just for the sake. Gosh, 18. Yeah, that's one of my issues, is I almost never make these things in frameable sizes. That's on me. Herb said that, I don't think this is a contest, but I'm just wondering who can guess the closest. Herb says 23 by 22. Aussie man, have you ever found Pegasus spiral blades break as you clamping them? Yes, Pegasus blades are very sharp, but they're also very brittle. That's why I don't use them. I like how sharp they are, but I hate how brittle they are. And plus, I need the flat-ended ones, and Flying Dutchman has that. Plus, the company that I get the spiral blades from is Wooden Teddy Bear. Flying Dutchman is sold at woodenteddybear.com as well as mikesworkshop.com, but they also have some of my patterns in their catalog, so that's why I shop through them for the Flying Dutchmans. Anthony, do you want to guess on how many cuts we got on this piece by God? This is the piece we'll be doing. That's the actual piece back there, but that gives you an idea what it's going to look like. But I'm going to untwist these and look over every now and then. I got to take my glasses off actually to do this. 396, says Anthony. Good afternoon, Mr. Tim Carp. Yep, he was the winner of the last set of patterns, and I got them to him today. I had forgotten all about it because I'm so good at remembering things. But for giggles, Tim, if you want to guess how many cuts are on this one, unless you've already bought the pattern. Anybody that's bought the pattern, okay, 341. Tim Carp. See, if I didn't do scroll saw patterns, I wouldn't have crap to give away. Says 341. All right, I'm going to keep letting people guess until I get ready to start scrolling. Okay, I have to take my glasses off to do this part because I don't have reading glasses. I use needle nose pliers to hold it, and these fish hook pliers, or whatever you call them, to untwist them. That's a little better, but I got a little more to do. Bear with me while I have my glasses off. I can't see the comments. I'll catch up here in a second. But y'all, if anybody comes in the chat, do y'all mind telling them, hey, can you, or let them guess on how many cuts there are until I'm ready to get going here? All right. I hope I got enough number 3s loaded. If not, we'll have to load some more. And I got to warn you, Aussie man, these live chats or live streams can be fun. Can be. Usually are. Unless you're... The only people that won't like it are people that don't have a sense of humor. I mean, I will answer questions, and people in the chat will answer questions, but we don't stay mature the whole time. We just try to stay family friendly. Every now and then people skate past that, but after midnight U.S. Central Time, that's when family friendly is not quite as required, but we still don't want to go full gutter. I think I see the comments moving, but bear with me. I don't have my glasses on. Sometimes it takes a few tries to get the stupid things twisted right. There we go. One more. And I don't know why I'm talking like this. It's just what I do. So I can let Aussie Man tell me if my Australian accent is good. I haven't done it yet. So. G'day, mate. You're Australian, are you? And nobody talks about putting shrimp on the barbie. That's a myth. Bunch of idiots out there. Not in Australia, just people that try to think they say shrimp on the barbie. That's a bunch of crap, from what I've been told by Australians. But I like to imitate accents there. Mr. Aussie Man, I don't know your actual name, but I know they have blokes and Sheilas. That's like dudes and chicks, guys, girls. Bloke and Sheila. All right, that's y'all's Australian accent lesson there. Oh, I've got to catch up, don't I? Yeah, some people say shrimp. Is my accent even close, Aussie Man? You're probably laughing at me, but I'm just curious because I love to imitate accents. It's never to make fun of people. I just like trying different voices. Lawrence Aldridge, wait. Anthony Campbell says 5-year patterns would keep me busy for 2 years. That's funny right there. You don't need reading glasses because you're not reading, you're changing blades. Kiss it, Josh. Josh always has some kind of smack talk, but yeah, you're right. Lawrence Aldridge says, hello, my dysfunctional family. I resemble that remark. Lawrence, do you want to guess how many pilot holes he needs? I've already drilled them, but yes, guess how many pilot holes have been drilled. He says 300. Tim Carp only gets good when you think you off the line cussing away. Oh, absolutely. Dag blabbit. That's my thing. Slightly close. Yeah, I'm probably way off. I don't know. I don't listen Australian enough, but I'm trying, by golly. Doesn't help that I have a hick accent. Lawrence says, 300. Russ Meadows, how you doing, baby? Which is funny because Russ Meadows has a bunch of my patterns, but maybe he wants some more. Russ Meadows says 287 there. And I'm going to keep talking like this, like I have a clue. Slightly close. Probably not even there. Russ Meadows doesn't like my impressions. He thinks I suck at them. Okay, that's an accent, not an impression, but yeah. Russ Meadows is mean. I thought he was my homie. I'm kidding. Okay, does anybody want to change their guess? I need to check something. Oh, howdy, Mr. Hoosier Mike. Pakistani, I got the Pakistani. Okay, somebody said 287. That was Russ Meadows. And now I am needing to catch up. Does applying Dutchman blades have the flat end? Yes, sir, they do. Hoosier Mike says, howdy, Charles. Mike, and I see your vote, Mimi. I'll write it down here a second. Hoosier Mike, guess how many cuts are in this project if you want 5 free scroll saw patterns of your choosing from woodenvisions.com. Mimi says 275. Does anybody want to guess on the amount of cuts? Hoosier Mike, you need to guess. Lesson you don't want no scroll saw patterns, I tell you what. I love this stuff, man. I love doing these hangouts. I know I never tell you all that, but yeah, I do. I'm going to wait on Hoosier Mike, and then if anybody else is watching, whether you're watching from Facebook or YouTube, if you can guess how many cuts this project has, you will win 5 free patterns of your choice from woodenvisions.com. There's 17 people watching, but not 17 people have guessed. But maybe not all 17 are scroll sawyers, but yeah. Y'all let me know. I'm going to give y'all a little bit of time because I'm going to be stalling here. Hoosier Mike's typing too slow, or he's going to get a drink. Josh probably has a keg waiting because this is a double stack with number 3 blades. This could be pretty bad, although I'll bounce back and forth between number 3 and number 5. Now, I have been told that the chat is slower than I'm seeing it. 308 says Hoosier Mike. Wait, to see if somebody else wrote 308. Nope, somebody else did 300. All right, does anybody want to change their guess? And does anybody else want to? No, I can't afford to order more blades very often. But I had a lot of number 3s left over because I usually use number 5s. Well, Russ, stay here for a second. Okay, this is my doctor's appointment, I'm afraid. I have to take this. Hello? That's me. Awesome. It's good to hear from you. Okay. First thing I need to ask is there a copay? Because that will make a difference. No, ma'am. Only Medicare, yeah. Nope. Because the copay will make a difference as to when I can have the appointment. Oh, that's not bad at all. Okay, let's go with that. Let's go with that. Obviously, I got to go with that. I'm sorry. My brain is so scrambled right now. I'm glad one of us does. 3705 Medical, and this is in Austin. Okay, Medical Parkway. Sweet. 120. Sorry, I'm trying to write with one hand and the paper's moving. Okay. Okay. Friday the 10th will work. Yeah. Okay. And anything later in the morning? Well, let's go ahead and do Friday. What was that time? 9:30? Okay. Do I have to be there a certain amount of time beforehand? Oh yeah. Well, I figured that. I just sometimes you got to get there early for paperwork and stuff like that. That's why I was asking. Okay. So Friday the 10th at 9:30 in the morning. Oh, yeah. No, ma'am, but I do take. I have panic disorder, so I take Cymbalta daily. But because I'm nervous about this whole thing, I probably will have some hydroxyzine HCl in me because I'll be very nervous. No, ma'am. Yeah, all I take is those two and antacids. I don't know what antacids have in them. I'm just trying to be open here. Okay, so I guess that's when we're doing it. Thank you. What? Wait. Oh, you said the 10th. Never mind. Okay, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate everything. All right. All right. Bye bye. All right. Sorry about that, folks. All right. Well, are y'all still with me? I got my biopsy scheduled now. I've been waiting on that call for days, and finally I get it right during the live stream. But now my biopsy is scheduled for Friday the 10th at 9:30 in the morning in Austin, Texas. Is anybody still there, or did I hang up on everybody? Okay, I'm not getting any comments in the chat, so that's a little worrisome. I hope y'all heard me when I said I had to take that. Okay, it's still here. Dave Gatton said, "What's up, Charles? Scroll on, baby." Hello, Dave Gatton. I just got off the phone with the biopsy people Friday the 10th at 9:30 in the morning, and the copay is only $36, and that's doable. So that's why I had to take that call. I appreciate y'all. Sitting with me. Yeah, I got your guess, Lawrence. But the one person that got the closest had to go. But we'll have to let Russ Meadows know that he won because there's 292 cuts. And wait, yeah, Russ Meadows was only 5 away, and Lawrence was 8 away. So that's the amount of cuts. Yeah, I'm glad I got it scheduled too. I mean, I'll be nervous as all hell. I ain't gonna lie. I know I'm not gonna die, but that doesn't help when you got panic disorder. Yeah, so that's great. I'm so glad that's scheduled. I gotta keep this piece of paper handy. But Russ Meadows has no idea he won because he left. Okay, so y'all remind me to tell him. Charles Thomas says, "My better half cleaned out Menards yesterday. I break blades, burn them, don't care. I'm enjoying scroll sawing, band sawing, wood burning. Went from my Excalibur to my moto saw. Finished little job go. Sweet, Charles. I appreciate you being here again. Thank everybody for being here. Okay, everybody's still here. All right. There was 292, John. And the closest was Russ Meadows. He was 5 away. A couple of others of y'all were neighborhood of 8 away. So this is the most guesses that got that close. But yeah, I gotta not lose that piece of paper. All right, so let me turn off notifications on my phone because I got the important phone call I was waiting on. I just wish it hadn't been while it was live, but I know y'all are understanding, folks. Does anybody want to take a wild guess where I'm going to start on this piece? There's no contest, no prize, but pretty sure most of y'all know where I'm going to start with this piece. And if I break number 3s, I'm just going to jump to a number 5. You lost sound? Has everybody lost sound, or just me? Or just John, I mean. Yes, eyes. Josh got it. There was 292. I'll see, man. Okay, so apparently not everybody lost sound. If Josh can hear me, then it's probably you, Lawrence. Sorry that there wasn't a prize for that, Josh, but I just wanted to see who was paying attention. Yeah, because I'm double stacking, there may be a lot of number 5 cuts in here. Because it is so big, I should probably go with number 5s. Oh, kiss it. By the way, anybody that wants this pattern, go to woodenvisions.com/shop/warrior, and that's where you will find this pattern. I'll repeat that later. Well, let me put it in the chat. Well, no, I can't do a link in the chat. I can. Last time I typed it, people got spam. What is the size? Oh, good point. I forgot to mention that. It is 27 5/8 by 19. Let me check my writing. 27 5/8 by 19. I was going to do it 18 by 24, but it's a pretty tall rectangular design, but that's on me. I could have shortened it, but I didn't. And good old Steve Nealon can still hear me babbling. Yes, so if you want this pattern, woodenvisions.com/shop/warrior. If I could figure out the ticker, I could have that going across the bottom. Let me see if I can figure out the ticker. Y'all bear with me. There's banners. It might be under banners. 8 off for me. That's not bad considering I guess without seeing the pattern. Yeah, I hear you. A couple of y'all were very, very, very close. Where's their ticker? Create. Well, I don't know. I want a ticker, not a banner. Well, if Dave Gatton was watching, he could tell me. But, dang it, he was watching. I don't know if he is now. Yeah, there was a couple of y'all that were 8 off. And one was 8 off in one direction, one was 8 off in the other direction. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna get going. I'm gonna try it. I can get away with a number 5 on some of this, so I'm gonna do that because they last longer. All right, so y'all bear with my slow responses because I don't have anybody else here to read. And once I get the blade through the hole, I will place the camera in the right spot. And for those wondering why I can't zoom way out, although we'll just see, but being zoomed way out usually makes the camera flutter. It tries to autofocus. Let me make sure that little plate on the table's in there. No, it's not. Okay. That sure moves a lot. Oh well. I wish I could pay somebody to be my comment question reader, because although I love the camaraderie back and forth, I don't mind stopping, but it makes me scroll slower, and I know a lot of y'all love that. All right, I'm testing the tension before I put it through the piece. Now there's some spots on the hair where I'm going to have to use a number 3. More so areas like that where it's just single strands. But there's that. There's not a whole lot of commenting going on. I know, well, you're not cutting either. All right, tension's good. We're ready to go. Now, anybody wondering why did it take him 34 minutes to go? Well, I had to untwist blades, I had to load blades, and I ran that short little contest. So there's that. All right. Comments must be really lagging. from YouTube or anywhere, but I don't know if they are or not. Wow, I found the pilot hole real quick too. How cool is that? Also, man, in case I didn't say it earlier, whenever I break a blade or have trouble finding a pilot hole from underneath, that's our drinking game. I mean, whether or not you drink alcohol, just whatever you want to drink. But I do stop every now and then to stretch my back a little bit and take a swig of Dr. Pepper because I'm a Dr. Pepper addict. Not cool, I'm thirsty. Well, here, I'll tell you what. I'm doing this for you, Josh. There's a broken blade here. I just wasted a blade so you could take a dang drink. I always start with the eyes too. Certain characters have eyes, but that's it. Like Cars movie, there was eyes and mouth on those. So I always start with the face or anything that could be like a face, like that last Star Wars character. It was actually a gigantic robot-looking thing, but it had somewhat of a face. It had two windows. All right, so take your drink. I'm going to take a swig of my Dr. Pepper. You bet your hind end. I actually had to schedule the live stream a little bit later, so I had time to go to the store and get Dr. Pepper because this is all I had left. And, we can't be having me laying on the floor again. Yeah, what a nice guy. I'm telling you over here. You finally realize I'm a nice guy, even though you can be a booger monkey mean sometimes. I did that just for you. I sacrificed that $50 blade. It was solid gold with diamonds. Of course, that'd be more than $50. I can tell you have a sense of humor, Aussie, man, and that's good because that fits in this, I say it in the most loving way, this dysfunctional family. And well, I mean, not every Australian drinks. I didn't want to assume nothing. If I stereotyped you, I'd get in trouble. That's funny. Also, man, if you don't mind, I like to know people's names, but it's not mandatory. But if you're cool, tell me your name. That'd be awesome. Yes, Lawrence, you guessed 300. You were 7 off, somewhere in there. But Russ Meadows was only 5 off. John Hope says, "Hi, Charles. Evening, all. How are you doing, Mr. John Hope?" Tony Coleman, what do you mean by untwisting blades? Okay. Let me get one out and I'll show you. Something just fell, and once again, I don't have a clue what it is. But Tony Coleman on a Hegner, it has a blade like this, a clamp like this, and if the other end is not aimed that same direction to fit in that little narrow opening, then I need to say this like I did earlier. Okay, Aussie man is Bill. So on this clamp here, it's very narrow, so obviously the blade can't be twisted going into there, but I usually have no problems getting me into there. But although these are called flat-ended, they're not always facing the same way on both ends. So in other words, I have to have the top and bottom both go in the same direction. If the top is aimed this direction instead of this way, I have to untwist it, and that's what I mean by untwisting, even though they are flat-ended blades. So I hope that helped, and I don't mind explaining that more and more if anybody needs me to. I have no issues repeating myself because not everybody's here all the time. And appreciate you watching, by the way, Tony Coleman. And as for everybody else, Lawrence, that'll do it. Okay, I'm going to take light a stogie. I already took my swig of Dr. Pepper, and then we'll get going because Josh might freak out if I take too long. Love you, Josh. Aww. And by the way, using number 3 and number 5 spirals on this is double stacked 1/4-inch maple. And this is a 22-inch Hegner. That's probably the furthest away I've ever showed this Hegner, but yeah, from the blade to inside here is when somebody talks about the size of a scroll saw, that's what they're talking about, from the blade to the inside of that throat there. The rain is coming down in stair rods. I've never heard that Josh loves me too. Y'all remind him of that when he starts getting being a booger monkey. By the way, Aussie man, because I try to stay family friendly, I cuss funny because I'm trying to say kid friendly words. But every now and then I slip. Okay. Can you tell I'm stalling? Because this is going to take a while. All right. Oh, that's awesome that you have a Hegner and that worked out for you. That's good to know. By the way, Tony Coleman, they are Flying Dutchman, number 3s and number 5s. They do sell them in flat-ended, but like I said, occasionally you have to untwist them just a bit. But they're a lot easier to mess with than the ones that are twisted completely all the way to the end and not just slightly. Aussie man, Bill wants to know what I hold the 2 stacks together with, and I use brad nails, or I guess you can call them pin nails. I don't know, but uses these little brads right here. This is a few of them stuck together, but that's what I use. And if they stick through, I just break them off and hammer it down so it doesn't gouge up the table. But yeah, I use I don't know if this, I think this is called a brad nailer. I don't know. It's either brads or pins. I don't really care. But it's electric and not air powered. So that's what I use now. And I don't mind stopping to answer questions. I really don't, because I stall a lot anyway. And I know you said 2 patterns, but I know you meant the wood piece. And to get it onto the wood, I print it out as large as I want it using a website called rapidresizer.com, but there are free methods out there for printing out large, and then I trace it onto the wood with carbon paper or transfer paper. All right, here we go. I had no idea you had a Hegner, Tony. Nice. Oh, diddly. One more swig of Dr. Pepper because this is going to be a booger once I get going. Yes, I do, Aussie man. Matter of fact, that reminds me, I need to, thank you for saying that, because I need to I always put little X's to let the viewer and me know why I'm passing up a certain cut. I put little X's inside of those cuts so I'll know where the brads are, even though I put them in there. There's a few, and it also lets the viewer know. I wonder why he passed it up when he was in that area while he was cutting. So there's brads here. It's 27 5/8 by 19, Lawrence. And yes, Aussie man, when I get done in that area, I'll go back and get them. I should wait until I'm completely done to go back and get them, but I'm just impatient like that, I guess. In some areas, I don't have much room to put an X, but I will. So y'all bear with me while I do that. That's another thing I forgot to do. I'm glad you said something. Okay, and there's actually not as many brads in this one as there usually is. But I do have to look close, although it's not the end of the world if I don't see them all. But the more I have in there, the better the stack is held together. Charles Thomas says, everything I do is on 8x10 and smaller 3D. Sweet. Yeah, I don't cut very small. I have issues. Yeah, Josh brought up that I didn't have the X's, but I was double stacking because I forgot to do that part. The X's are more so for the viewers to know why because let's say I say I start with the eyes. What if I had the brads around the eyes? I would hold off cutting all of it out, but I don't, because I knew I was going to start with the eyes. So now I'm going through finding those brads and putting X's in there so the viewer will see, and I don't have to even think about it. I'll see the X's too. But I feel like I had more than this in this area. My signature, I included, I've already drawn in my signature. I didn't count that for the pilot holes, but that's where my signature is going to be. But I've got 2. look around because I know I had some brads. Here we go. I don't have near as many brads as I usually do, though. But I also try to put 2 brads in each cut, because if that's at the very last cut of my pieces will always be where there are brads. But that's why I always put 2 brads in every opening that I put brads in, if there's enough room, because it can pivot on one brad. You know, the stack can pivot, and I don't want that. Josh Grover just broke his blade. Everybody take a drink. The only reason I haven't stacked or taped my stacks, I'll see, is because they're so big. Because I've always cut big, and of course I say that, but I can choose where I could somewhat evenly hold the stack together rather than just on the edges like tape would do. So that's why I don't use tape. But that being said, I did leave a lot of the middle without brads because I wanted to get the face done first. Josh Grover says tape works fine to hold the smaller pieces together, but when you have a lot of detail, you need brads. Yeah, I cut billboards. I have issues. I just feel like there's some I'm missing. I know there's more at the top, but I'm looking in this area. And honestly, man, I don't know. What time is it right now, Bill, in Australia? It's about 4:45 p.m. here on whatever day it is. Thursday, I think. I don't know what the hell day it is. And I don't know what I was going to tell you when I called your name. I always cut large. I feel like I'm forgetting something somewhere, but okay, maybe that'll work. So it's already 9:46 a.m. and Friday. Holy monkey, that's a long time. Somebody do the math so I don't have to think about it. So we'll say almost 10. So 10, 11, 11, 12, 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3, 4, 45, 5, 6. You're just way ahead of us. That's all I know. Third Monday of the week. Yeah, I have week-long Mondays, Josh. I know that feeling big time. Yeah. I say that, but man, I can't tell y'all. Just so you know, Bill being Aussie, man, or anybody watching for the first time, it's not unusual for me to have a lot of hours of scrolling. My longest one so far has been in 10.5 hours. Yesterday was 8 hours, and I've already found a spot I forgot to drill a pilot hole. Holy monkey. It's one of the biggest cuts on here, and I missed a pilot hole, so that brings the count up to 293. I'll refer back to my list after I'm done with all this, but yeah, I forgot to drill a stupid pilot hole on here. That big old cut there. I think it's Thursday. Man, my days and nights are so twisted. Yeah, it's Thursday. Okay. So Friday of next week, they're cutting my face open. Okay. Wow, I don't usually forget pilot holes in gigantic areas. I guess I just got cocky and assumed I got them all. So let me get that stupid thing. And it's only stupid because I missed it. Otherwise, I would adore it. But Josh, I don't remember how many pilot holes Josh said I missed, but that's one. I have to swap out plugs because all my plugs are taken up. He's in Ireland. I don't remember military time. I don't know what 2250 equates to. I can't believe I forgot that big of an area for a pilot hole. Plumb embarrassing. All right. Now I also got to remember to update the folks on Facebook about the appointment, because my family, rather than making a bunch of phone calls, I just tag my family on Facebook, and that's how they find out the updates. Because they're all concerned about my face too. Besides the fact that I'm just not good looking, they're concerned about what it is. I'm concerned, but I'm not having panic attacks over it. It's the fact that they're cutting my face open, or my eye open. I'm a little nervous. 2 before 11 p.m. That's just too many time zones for me to keep track of. Thank you, Josh. Yeah, I can't keep up with all that. But by the way, Bill, I'll say, man, if you are keep 7 more, keep finding them, I win, says Bill. Bill, I see you're watching from YouTube, I hope you'll consider subscribing if you have not already. And there's another pilot hole I missed. Good God on a stick, man. That's 2 now. I got to put a dot there so while I'm plugging in my stuff, I won't forget about it. Wow. I thought I was so thorough. Apparently not. I'll eventually start cutting, I swear. I got issues, dude. Wow. I maybe should do another look after this one. So that's 2. Golly. But yeah, I mean, if we're being honest, as detailed as my pieces are, it's not unusual to forget pilot holes. I'm going to take a look now. I'm doubting myself on whether or not I got them all. So what is that up to? 294. Y'all help me remember that number, because I won't be able to remember that. Okay, I'm looking. And anytime I ask for pilot hole counts, I'm not counting the ones in my signature that I cut. You know what? We'll just find them as we go. I just happened to see that one when I was looking down. I thought any pilot holes I missed would be up in the hair because there's so many little bitty cuts. All right, so let's get cutting. Of course, I can unplug the stupid drill and plug in the stupid saw and get freaking stupid started. Yeah, Lawrence is going to be close. There was a couple people that were 8 off. One was 8 off from underneath, and one was 8 off from over. I don't remember. I believe. I know Lawrence was one of them. Oh, I think there was one other person, though. Oh, it was Bill, Aussie Man. Somewhere in there, I don't know, but I don't think I forgot 7. If I forgot 7, I have serious issues. Usually it's 3, 4 at the most. Not that I don't want y'all to win anything. It's just, I got a reputation over here. By the way, Aussie Man, I do a lot of accents, not just Australian terribly. Okay, let's get going. All right. Everybody take a drink with me, and then we'll get going. Because the more you drink, the less impatient you'll get. But we're gonna do this. John Hope says, I miss more on 10-inch round than you do on the big ones. I'm sorry, but I appreciate you. And Aussie Man says he's already subscribed. Sweet. Make sure you hit that bell, mister, and you'll never miss a live feed. And I don't always do them at normal hours, U.S. time. Sometimes I do them real weird hours. Did I drill a pilot hole there? Yeah, I think I put the Sharpie mark on top of it. Okay, good. Whew. Okay, I'm going to take a swig of Dr. Pepper with everybody, and then we'll get going. If that picture is holding out, I can leave the camera this far back. That way y'all have more to look at. But y'all tell me, is the picture pretty clear? I know when my hand gets in there, it tries to fluctuate. But that's actually much clearer than it usually is. Y'all let me know. I don't want to assume that y'all can see everything. And then we will get started. I just want to make sure the camera is where everybody can see it clearly. And I know I say it every time on these live feeds, but I love doing these live feeds because it makes scrolling more fun for me. And the fact that y'all keep coming back to watch just means more than I can put into words. It really does feel like a little dysfunctional family, and I mean that in the sweetest way. So I know that the chat is the real-time chat over on YouTube doesn't show up to me quickly, so that's what I'm waiting on, is waiting for it to show up in here for people to say yes, the video is clear. And if it's not, I'll move the camera in closer, because usually when I'm pulled out far, it tries to autofocus constantly. So y'all keep me apprised, whatever the word is, of whether or not the video quality is going to hell. Well, that lag is pretty bad, because usually y'all are pretty quick on answering, so it's got to be a big lag. Well, I've already lost a subscriber, Kitty. I'm just doing that to pass time till the chat catches up. Yeah, I lose at least 2 or 3 subscribers a day, and then I'll gain 1 or 2 here and there. And I'm not complaining, I'm just talking about it. And let's check the comments again. Okay, Claire Down Under and Josh Grover says it. And those of y'all, and Josh Grover is one of the regulars, then you understand what I mean by why I'm surprised that it's staying clear, because usually when I'm out this far, it's not. Claire Down Under. Okay, I'm about to get started. I am stalling because I know once I start, I'm going to be breaking a bunch of blades. And I found something else I forgot to do, but it's one line. This tells me when to. I don't want to cut past a certain point. I use a whatever the hell they call it. One of these things. What the hell is that called? A framing square or a? Yeah, but this helps me because I want to keep a border around it of a 1/2 inch, and I want to make sure I don't go past that. That's why I draw a line where there's cuts coming up to there. I got to make a mark, don't I? Dag blabbit, I'm just plumb prepared. I never start from the end of a roller. I always start from somewhere in the middle, because I don't trust the ends of rollers. And you can buy 2 different tape measures, and they will have different looks. So it's hard to trust things unless you got high-tech measuring devices. Framing square, yes, that's what it is. Okay, I knew that, I just couldn't remember it. And this thing is worth its weight in gold for these giant pieces. Be on the toilet all day. I'm not, Josh, I know I sound ditzy when I say this, but I'm not sure what you mean when you say out far and lots of lines. Normally means a mess. But yeah, let me draw this line right quick. This way I don't cut. I'm glad I'm doing this because I actually already drilled 1 pilot hole, possibly 2 pilot holes outside of this where this line's going to be. So I'm going to have to adjust that. Yeah. Now, if you hear me drilling more pilot holes later, it's because I drilled 1 outside the barrier. Actually, I can leave that detail completely out because I've already covered it. But I will have to drill another pilot hole there. You know, it doesn't really matter. So that's done. We're going to see if we can actually start scrolling. No, really, I'm serious. All right. Good to have my dysfunctional family here with me. Josh Grover says, when you normally move camera out that far, it gets a mess, but this time it's staying nice. Yeah, and I'm tickled to death about that. That's awesome. But I am going to move the camera back to where I had it. I believe that's where it was. Touch more. All right, and for those that don't know about technology, when I start sawing, this upper arm will start waving. It's not waving, it's just the shutter speed of the webcam. So don't worry, this thing's not flexible. I'm totally stalling. I need to stop stalling. We got 17 people watching. I appreciate it. If you're watching on Facebook, you cannot see the YouTube comments. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can't see the Facebook comments. But the YouTube chat is always more active, and I'm often told that the video quality is better on YouTube. Well, Lawrence, you'd have more peace and quiet if you kept your sound off, because you wouldn't have to hear me babbling. All right, stop stalling, Charlie. Once I get going, I got to get going. But to explain why this weird detail around his eyes is because he has a wide, where did I put that dang piece of paper? He has black war paint across his eyes. That's why I wanted to show the detail of the eyes, but I also wanted to show that black was there, so hopefully that'll work. Stop turning off your sound. I tell you what, that's funny, and I'll get out. It's getting to where I don't know what my real voice sounds like most of the time because I'm always being goofy. But oh well. Okay, here we go. No, really. An hour in. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. Vroom, vroom. Still no deer. No, sorry, Ron. Okay, here goes. I'm getting a weird shadow, so bear with me. Holy crap, he finally started. And if you're just joining, I'm using a number 5 flat-ended spiral Flying Dutchman. And if anybody wants this pattern, go to woodenvisions.com/shop/warrior, WARRIOR. You definitely got to cut slower when you're stack cutting, but I knew, as detailed as this piece is and as beautiful as I think it will turn out, I thought it'd be good to have 2 of them done. Anything I think will be popular, I'll stack cut, but for some of these live feeds, I've done single layer because it goes quicker. Go figure. Got to catch up on comments. Josh says, hey, Ron, you keep asking us to do a portrait of himself for you. Yeah, when I told people about the biopsy, they said, you're going to be a pirate. You got to do a self-portrait. That ain't going to happen until I'm prettier, which means it'll probably never happen. Lawrence says, we have thunderstorm in my area, and I'm on satellite, and it's going to in and out. Sorry, guys. It's okay. I'll try and watch as long as I can. I love this channel, and we appreciate you too, Lawrence. These things happen. I get it. And another reason why I always start with the eyes is because I love it when a piece pops, and I know what you mean. I know you know what I mean when I say a piece pops, but for those that don't know, although we can see it all drawn out here with the black background underneath this piece, it will contrast real good, and it comes to life, so to speak. This piece is 27 5/8 tall by 19 wide. I will be repeating myself a lot for those that might come in later. Ron Norris says a lot of rain there, a lot of flooding. I'm in Gatesville, Texas, by the way, 45 minutes southwest of Waco, and about an hour and a half from Austin, which is where my dang appointment is, where they're going to cut open my eyeball. Not my eyeball, my eyelid, but still, not looking forward to it. And if y'all ever see me lifting the piece like this, that's in case I didn't drill the pilot hole completely straight up and down. That clears out the area so the blade doesn't jump to a side. I can't believe we have 18 viewers at this time, but that's awesome. Unless I've missed pilot holes, we have 294 cuts. I have a feeling y'all are going to get to drink a lot tonight. You see how slow I have to go to avoid breaking it. I know that doesn't break y'all's heart, but it doesn't do much for me. But when you stack cut, the blade's not as aggressive because it's, you know, if this was only a single layer, it'd be cutting a lot faster and it's harder to control, for at least for potentially a beginner. I'm pretty sure anytime I use a number 3 in this piece, they'll probably break pretty quick. This piece is pretty heavy too. Another reason to cut slow is if you cut too fast when you're stack cutting, that blade flexes more than it's showing on top. So you could be doing great on the top piece. It's what I call barreling. The blade is curved. If you're pushing it too hard, it's bending the blade and it will alter. So say you're stack cutting 3, the middle and bottom could look like crap because of that flex. So that's another reason I'm cutting slow. John Nave's trying to set me off. Ron Norris, I'll set off if that's too many. Yeah, Bill will remind folks of that when they make fun of me for going slow. Breaking number 3 will sometimes cause a number 2. Yes, sir. Good old Ron. And no, I still haven't gone out and gotten a 1/16 drill bit because that would be too convenient. I also need to get chicken food, but I just didn't feel like getting out today except for Dr. Pepper because that's right around the corner. And that's a necessity. Charlie needs his Dr. Pepper before the chickens need to eat. No, but they got a little bit. Ugh. As much as I don't want to use the number 3, there are some little bitty details in the perimeter of this eye area. So I have to rethink whether or not to use the number 5 on that. I mean, I can get away with it because it's my piece. If I alter it, I alter it. And when using a spiral, you always want to let the flex come out of that blade when you get towards the end of a cut. if there's any flex in the blade, slow down and you'll see that flex come out, and it sometimes will finish the cut for you. Okay, I know there's a pilot hole here, but it's way over here for this. Okay, let me catch up. Josh Grover says, I made that mistake of cutting too quick and the bottom piece ends in burn barrel. Yep, absolutely. That's why I said that, because some people don't think about that. You need to feed them chickens. Yes, I do. And they have food right now. I just like to keep ahead of it and keep a full bag around. Josh Grover says, don't feed the chickens. The chickens are your dinner. Well, yeah, but yeah. I usually keep them fed. I just need to get a new bag because the other one's almost empty. John N says, I'm now picturing the Looney Tunes cartoon with the rooster. I'll say. Actually, no, I remember I did another pilot hole, but I didn't count it because I knew I was just putting it in a different place. I like to put the pilot hole near the center of the eye. Go ahead and take a drink because I'm having trouble finding the stupid pilot hole. You're welcome. I can feel it, but yeah. I've already cut. Where the hell am I? Way over there. I wasn't anywhere near the damn thing. Okay. There we go. About time. So that's one drink. If anybody wants me to get closer, I can do that. It depends on what the masses want. Some people want to see the majority of the piece to know what I'm working on, but if you want me to zoom in, I will. Coffee time. Yes, foghorn, leghorn. I'll say, and I actually have 3 leghorns out there. 2 of my roosters, one of them's a hen. What is everybody drinking tonight? Or today? Well, it depends on what time it is. For Aussie, man, it's a little after 10 in the morning. But I'm drinking Dr. Pepper. I know that's a shock to some. But anybody watching, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube, don't be shy. Feel free to throw any comments or questions out there. As long as it's family friendly, I will repeat it. Sometimes I read too fast and almost repeat unfamily friendly ones, but that's pretty rare. But after midnight U.S. Central Time, it gets a little less family friendly. Herb Hooper says, well, I'm set for the night. Made me a gallon of tea. Hell yeah. Iced tea, says Josh Grover. Beer, man, beer. Well, some people, like to get that Jack Daniels or Seagram 7 and 7. By God. See, I couldn't have a contest having people guess how long I'm going to be cutting because I never know. And I don't want to look like I'm rigging it for anybody. But I'm not feeling tired right this second, but usually when I get tired, it's all of a sudden. But if enough people want me to bring the camera in closer, I can. But if only one person wants me to and everybody else says no, it's good where it is, then it stays. Majority rules. And another thing I do, for those that haven't heard me say it, and I'll definitely be doing it for these eyes, there's going to be a big waste area around these eyes that I'm going to keep, because I put that back into place when I'm using a palm sander to sand. It keeps that piece from vibrating loose most of the time, not every time, but it gives more of a broad surface for that palm sander to sand on instead of shaking the hell out of the eye. Pretty much the eyes and face in general is about the only place that has big areas that I'll be keeping to keep it from breaking. But I never sand the pieces on live stream because that's boring. Only time I sand on live streams is if I'm making a change to like the width of an oval or something. And I always cut to the waist side of a line. Unless it's a single line, I try to go down the middle. I really should be doing this with a number 3, but I don't really care. And also, for those that don't know, I like to push the piece away from me as I'm cutting. Even though it's a spiral blade and it can cut in every direction, I call it visual comfort. More so on a straight line though. So sometimes it's just more convenient to cut pulling the piece towards me, but I usually go through more blades when I do that. Especially on heavy pieces like this. I'm so glad that this is the one everybody voted in for the first, or most people did, because I love this design. And I will repeat for anybody that wants this pattern, woodenvisions.com/shop/warrior. So there's over 1,600 other patterns on woodenvisions.com. Just click on the patterns for sale, then go over to shop, and you can get ebooks, you can get instructional videos of how to make your own patterns, and a whole bunch of patterns. I will catch up on the comments and questions after this cut, because I know this cut's taking a while. But I guarantee you that eye will pop once this cut's done. Even though I've been scrolling for a while, there's still times where I mess up that bottom layer because I get to pushing too hard on the blade. Hopefully that won't happen with this one. I still can't believe that I'm already up to 29 live feeds. It doesn't seem like I've done that many. Well, that's cool. Imagine how many projects I could get done if I had done one project per live feed, but we all know better. I'm glad not every cut's this big, or it'd be a long time before I could see comments. There you go. That's good fitting into screwing that all to hell. Okay. All right. Let me move up a little bit, catch up on these comments. Okay. Gallon of tea, iced tea, beer man beer. Ron Norris says, gonna have dinner first, then the whiskey will flow. That was almost 10 minutes ago. Wow. Herb Hooper, hey, I think it looks like a good one to watch in virtual reality. Sweet. Do you use a particular program for your patterns or something else? I have HP Office Jet. It will print on 11 by 17 paper. I do my patterns on paper, and I clean them up in Paint Shop Pro 4, but that isn't even sold anymore. But I just do that for the sake of displaying them. But I do all my patterns on paper. That's what those downloadable instructional videos on woodenvisions.com. That's what those are about. It shows you how to do what I do. That was from Lawrence, by the way. John Hope, got to be coffee 3 liters a day. People ask how I manage to sleep. I cannot sleep without it. Amen. Same with Dr. Pepper. Ron Norris / no deer running in the woods. Blah blah. Yeah, I'm not American. Never mind. Have you ever made Australian pattern? There's very few out there. No, sir, I haven't, but I do custom patterns, and yes, I said do. I don't know what would specifically be an Australian pattern, except maybe a kangaroo, and I know that sounds typical, but I don't know what an Australian pattern would be. But I'm not opposed to it. And I'll for all of those saying what patterns I don't have, y'all are welcome to order custom ones, but I start at $50, and that's probably why you're not trying to get them too hard. Josh Shen says, going to make dinner, be back soon, 10-4, I'll still be here, 3 cuts in. Lawrence Aldridge says January 2nd. Josh Grover, dang nabbit, there went another blade for me. John Hope, some son of a biscuit has done a thumbs down, sigh. Oh, that doesn't surprise me at all. I've got a few haters. A lot of people. There's a guy out there that buys thumbs downs literally. He'll give me hundreds of thumbs downs in time, and he also buys views and subscribers for his own channel. That's a fact. It's not a guess. Which I think is pitiful. Now, thumbs downs do suck, but they don't affect the channel popularity, so to speak, because they're opinions. But comments, I think, matter, but subscribers and views is what counts. Josh Grover says, Bill, don't worry, it wasn't me. I would just leave if I didn't like it, but this stuff is my life. John Hope, diggity damn, you will be thirsty. Any Aussie animal, really? Okay. What are some Aussie animals besides the kangaroo? I don't want to assume I know. Koala, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, I do custom patterns for any of those that don't see something you want. I will do it, but unfortunately for y'all, possibly, it is $50 beginning, unless it's real detailed. It can be a little higher, but I want to say sorry because I know that's not cheap, but I'm trying to make a living, and I'm not saying that with attitude. I was going to raise my price, but I'm not going to do that yet. I do have existing deer patterns. I can add crosshairs too. That's not really considered a custom pattern. It's just an addition, so I can do that option, but I got to stop doing these live feeds long enough to do that. Okay, I can just Google Australian animals. But yeah, it's been a while since I've created a pattern. But I haven't abandoned it. I just love doing these live feeds. This is literally almost all I do, except for the occasional adulting, paying bills, chores, and that kind of crap. You saw how long it took me to get that far on that eye, and we still broke a blade. I know that breaks your heart that you had to take a drink. I just did. You should. This is just from live feeds. That's how many Dr. Peppers I've gone through. Y'all hear me chunking them off to the side? That's where they go. So I'm not saying I've done many live feeds. Good old Dr. Pepper. You can call me an addict. I most definitely am a Dr. Pepper addict. Okay, so yeah, that was fun breaking a blade on one break. I was only 1, 2, 3. That was only my 4th cut of this project, and I broke it. But that's because we're double stacking, and it's a long cut, and that's more friction. And I was also probably pushing the piece too hard because the blade's going to get duller quicker cutting through two layers. Nabbit, this one's going to try to hockey stick on me, so that'll probably break. Blab it. It's a wasted blade. That doesn't count as a break because it wasn't broken. This one might. Okay. Apparently there's some other ones I forgot to untwist. So y'all going to have to bear with me again. Damn it. That one's okay. That one's okay. That one's okay. I think that's a number 3. And then that one's okay. Oh, we're going to be here a while. That's just lovely. So I got to untwist 3 blades. Forgive me. But alas, I am human. Contrary to popular belief. Josh Grover says I'm going to have to make more tea for this piece. That's funny right there. Yeah, I'm going to need an IV. Yep, I'm addicted to live feeds, Dr. Pepper, and Marlboro. That's good to know, Bill. Yeah, I got to bite the bullet and get that kind of stuff done. But yeah, I got to untwist these stupid blades. Because apparently I had to set them aside before I live feed and never got them. And I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 loaded, so I may have to load more later. Okay. I wish I had like 80 of these clamps, but they do cost money. I could have them preloaded and we'd almost never have to do this. Although I probably have broken 80 blades since we started doing live feeds. I can't believe this is already my 29th, man. And most of y'all were here for all of them. Heck yeah, baby. Only if you want to call it a drawback, I started out with 6,380 subscribers. I'm down to 63, 62. So some people ain't liking them. Okay, that one might end up twisting too. Or hockey sticking. Come on. And the Hegner's the only saw that I'm aware of that's unforgiving if it's not twisted a certain way. So that's as many pros as there are with a Hegner. I can live with that. Very, very good saw. Okay, that one will probably work, but it's got a weak spot, so it'll probably be the next one to break. So we'll move that off to the side so people don't get too drunk. Still haven't heard from Jamie Page, so I am a little bit worried, although Dale says he's okay, but still. See, if I twist these blades too much, it makes them weak. and they'll break right where that twist is. That one awake. One more. I believe Wes Balco was doing a live feed yesterday while I was, which that doesn't bother me because we both like to scroll, we both like to do live feeds, and we're not competing, at least not consciously. But he has a normal job, so he has to work around that. I'm mental, so I'm home all day. Oh, there we go. All right. Put my glasses back on, catch up on comments, by golly. Oh, John Hope said, gosh darn, if you were batting 1,000 a day. Josh Grover, you would forget to reload your clamps when not in a live feed. He might be saying, would you forget? No, they were reloaded, they just weren't untwisted. Because we love you, Mac Pierce. Good evening, Mac Pierce. Josh Grover, we were talking to each other. Okay, so although the one that just broke, I might as well load it because it's sitting on the floor. And there is a little guard that keeps them usually from flying off on the floor, but I take it off because it gets in my way. The guard. And I'm sure I probably have other clamps lost in piles of sawdust on the floor because I'm such a clean guy. Sometimes they don't fly right out, so I have to find a blade to stick in there to work it out. And there she blows. Number five. You won, Russ. Right as you said you were going, I was going to say, wait, you won. But you left before I could get it out. And I'm not messing with you. Yes, you won. I've found 2 pilot holes since then, but you were still the closest. You got it. You've only missed it by 5, and a couple other people missed it by 8. So you are the winner, Mr. Russ Medez. 5 free patterns of your choosing from woodenvisions.com. Y'all bear with me. I had to unbundle some of these blades to get them in there. This is a gross 12 dozen number 5 flat-ended spirals from woodenTeddybear.com. Woohoo! So he was all ready to run out of here making fun of my impression, saying I suck at him, and here I am giving you a prize. Something ain't right here. I'm kidding. And Russ Meadows probably has more of my patterns than anybody. But, you can't have too many. Yeah, I'm going to untwist that one too, but it's not near as bad. Some of them are twisted just enough that you play all kinds of hell getting them untwisted. I know we like to mess with each other, Russ, but I would not say you had won if you hadn't. But if I find too many more pilot holes, I'll owe 2 more people 5 patterns each because they were only 8 off. One was 8 over, one was 8 under, I believe. Come on. There we go. We're going to get there. As slow as I'm having to cut, though, it could take us 10, 20 live feeds to get this done. I'm kidding. Hopefully not that many. I know you don't have them all. I was just messing with you, Russ. Josh Grover, don't encourage freaking Ron Norris. Ron Norris saw a cutting and sent me a picture of it saying, "Is this your pattern?" And the photo was taken at an angle, so it's not one of those you can steal that way. But he asked me if I had if it was my pattern. I said yes, but I think I lost it on an old hard drive, and plus I still need to check with the guy who did the painting that I did the pattern from to see if I can sell the pattern. So I may have to end up redesigning the pattern, but I have to get permission from the artist first. For some reason, I'm more sensitive to people who draw and paint than I am to, like, movie characters, which isn't fair to them. But, that being said, I no longer have those kind of patterns on my website. That might be a little... I know you're messing with me. The count was 292. Now it's up to 294. And your guess was... What was your guess? Was 287. Mark Booth, I'm new to scrolling and just found your live feed. I can't believe the detail in that pattern. Watching from the UK, thought I was doing it wrong, breaking blades. No, you're not. And thank you so much for being here, Mark. I hope you will hit that bell. Hopefully you'll subscribe if you're not already, and hit that bell and make sure you get notified, because this is my 29th live feed. I've almost done 29 in a row, but I know I had a couple day break at one point, and a day here and there. I try to do at least 1 live feed a day, if not 2. I got a late start today, so this is probably my only one, but it's not uncommon for me to go for hours. I went 10.5 the other day, 8 yesterday. And I'm not tired yet, so this could be a long one. But the fact that this one's so detailed and I'm doing a stack cut, I'm having to cut so slow that this piece will probably take a while to get done. But I'm not going to lie to y'all, if it gets to taking too long, I may pry them apart and just cut the top one. That may be disappointing to y'all, but I mean, I don't want it to take that long. But you see, I've already broken 1 blade just doing 1 large cut. So if that happens too many more times, I'll probably just pry off the bottom layer. That's not me giving up, it's me wanting to get done quicker. And thank you for being here, Mark Booth. I hope you'll subscribe and hit that bell, and you'll never miss one. I never know what time it'll be, so it's about 11. It's almost midnight for you. Mac Pierce says, if you aren't breaking blades, you're not scrolling. LOL. Welcome, Mark. John Hope, welcome, Mark. Breaking blades are a fact of life. Amen. Josh Grover, welcome, Mark. Don't feel bad. Ask questions. If you look at Josh being all nice. Appreciate you. Bill says, you're not Robinson Crusoe with breaking blades. We all do it. John Neva's back. All right. Yeah. I know y'all might be thinking, dude, double stack, but I'm seriously considering prying off that bottom layer. It's going to take too long. If I do that other eye and break a blade, I'm going to probably pry off the bottom layer because I don't want it to take that bloody long. You saw how long it took me just to not even finish that first eye. Besides the fact that I'm babbling, but I'm babbling for a purpose, so work with me here. And I'm sorry if that disappoints y'all that I'm going to unstack them at some point, but I have to if it breaks too many more blades. I don't like that either because I've already got the pilot holes drilled, so I just the piece I pry off already having the pilot holes in it, someday I could just trace this piece onto it with the pilot holes already in it. Just do it. You mean just cut or just pry them apart? Well, I'm going to go ahead and do the other eye, and then if it breaks another blade, I'm gonna undo it. Well, I could do that, Russ, but I think it'll take way too long to cut if I'm breaking that many blades. Pry them apart, yeah. Okay, I have one pry them apart and one don't pry them apart. So I'm going to try to do it, but if I'm breaking 20 blades per cut, then good Lord on a stick, I'm prying them apart. But you're right, I don't have to be done in a certain time, so I need to just be patient with it, but I will be going through more blades, no doubt. So y'all get your drinks ready, and might as well have a porta potty next to you. Bill says, Robinson Crusoe breaks the blades, man. Friday puts the new ones in. All right, yeah, I'm going to try to stick with a double stack because I've already started and I can't use that piece of wood for anything else because of all the pilot holes in it and the what you call it, and the eye already being cut out. But that Metallica piece that's 3 feet wide, that one was triple stacked, but I was breaking 50 million blades, so I did that on my own to undoing that. But someday I'll get back to that over there. But that's double stacked and very heavy and very bulky. That's why I put it off to the side, because it's not fun when you keep breaking blades and it's heavy as hell. But I'm mental enough to keep doing stuff like that. Yeah, baby. Okay. Get another Dr. Pepper. Keep cutting. Don't force your work. Amen. Yeah, I don't even know if I was forcing. I think it's the friction of trying to cut that thick of a piece. All right. So congratulations on your win there, Russ. If you don't mind, if you know how to get screen captures, give me screen captures of the thumbnails of the pieces you want, or you can just give me the SKU number with it or in the name of it from woodenvisions.com for your 5 patterns. Not 5 ebooks, but 5 individual patterns, and you're welcome. Russ, I'm going to ask you a favor. Again, I know you know what I'm going to ask, but you're welcome to say no, but I could get more of this done. I'm not trying to guilt trip you, but are you willing to be on the panel to be the reader of comments and questions? Because with these cuts taking so long, I'm afraid I'll take even longer stopping to read the comments. And y'all know me. Y'all know I don't mind reading them. It's going to take me long enough as it is. I'm going to pull in a little closer. Can y'all see that good enough, or do you want me to pull that camera in closer? Nice try, Mac. Yeah, y'all give me feedback on the, and I know it's your show, do what you want. If a majority of viewers want me to zoom in a little more, I can. I don't know what you mean by that, Russ. I mean, you can only see the YouTube. I mean, I don't expect you wouldn't be able to see Facebook anyways if you're. Now, I may lose a clamp here because I have it clamped and I'm moving it, but StreamYard shows you both. But I can, there's almost nobody commenting from Facebook, so if you're not able to come in here or don't want to, that's fine. I just wanted to throw that out there because I could get a little more done. Okay, let me get you the link. Bear with me, folks. Sorry if I guilted you into that, Russ. Control C. Russ, can you write to me so your name pops up quicker? Because on a laptop, it doesn't give me the option to slide. Come on. No, wait. I might be able to slide now. Where is Russ? Where is Russ? There's Russ. Okay. Again, sorry if I guilted you into that, Russ. All right, so this is probably close enough to let people see things. But Russ, while you're setting up to come in here, I'm going to go let nature take its course. And for y'all, oh wait, you're already here. So Russ, you may have to babble and talk to folks. Wait, you were in here. You did it wrong again. Yeah, if you have a webcam and a mic, you're more than welcome to come on here. I can't keep you on camera the whole time because people want to see the live feed, but people will be able to hear you. Anybody with a cam and mic, but I think StreamYard only allows up to 6 people. But as long as you have a mic and the webcam is for when you're on the screen, but the voice is all that really matters. I've never heard your voice. Aren't you Australian as well, or are you UK? I don't remember. Mac Pierce, no pressure, Russ. Yeah. Russ sometimes has little technical issues getting onto the panels. And I know him. Well, I'll just say it. He gets what he calls a case of the red ass when he keeps messing up. There he is. All right. Did you get a case of the red ass again?
Oh, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. John Hope is in the UK, and he asked, can anyone come on the feed just to say hello? And I told him if he has a webcam and mic, he's more than welcome to, but won't be on the cam the whole time. Oh, shit. He X'd out again. He's probably cussing now. Forgive me for laughing, but I know Russ well enough to know that if he's having technical problems or keeps hitting the wrong buttons, he's probably cussing up a storm. It might happen enough times that it frustrates him and he won't come back. Forgive me for laughing, Russ. You're probably cussing right now, but yeah. I don't want to go take care of nature until he's in here. Poor Russ. If he doesn't come back, that means he probably threw his computer across the room. He was probably trying to X out of YouTube and accidentally X out of here or unplug something, or we'll all find out as soon as he gets here. John Hope, if you have a webcam and a mic, let me know. And if you do have a webcam and a mic, write to me on Facebook and Messenger. That way you will pop to the top of the list, and I can get you the link quicker. Okay, Russ, I see you. Do not X out, okay? You're there.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. I hit the wrong effing button.
I don't mean to laugh. I
know you don't, but you do. I know it. I can't. I know how mad. And you're right. I got a case of the red. You know what? That's at least the second time I've done that.
Now, I'm not making fun of you having problems. I just know you well enough to know, man, he's probably red hot right now. So know that I'm laughing at the situation, not you. It's not.
Oh, don't worry about it, Charles. I know we're tight. Go ahead and do what you got to do.
Okay. I need to stop laughing. Josh Grover says, "Hurry up, Russ. There's a puddle forming under Charles."
As I was sitting there trying to get back on in between a few choice words, I started laughing to myself, thinking that boy's got to go to the bathroom, and here I am.
Well, I was laughing. I said, "Man, if he does that again, he's going to throw his computer across the room. He may not come back."
I heard you. I heard it. I just couldn't do anything with it.
I'm sorry for laughing. I don't want to upset you by laughing.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, John Hope says he has a laptop with a camera. Are you friends with him on Facebook?
Nope.
Okay, John, write to me on Messenger and I can send you the link real quick. I'm not falling over about to pee myself, but that way y'all can babble amongst each other. He's in the UK, so he talks a little funny, and Russ is in Texas, so he talks a little funny.
Yeah, I don't talk funny like that.
Y'all spend the whole feed trying to understand each other.
I'm pretty good at understanding broken English.
Perhaps I talk like this.
Yeah. Well, you get him and go ahead and go to the bathroom before I.
Well, I was gonna give John the link, but yeah, he's
Oh,
taking too
okay.
long.
Uh,
Well, UK they go a little slower. Just kidding, Josh. I mean John, whatever your name is. I'll be right back. Don't hit the X.
so much love in here. Come on. I'm more on the side of Josh Grover's comment. The puddle forming under him. I knew that was coming. Somebody had to say it. That's kind of what I was thinking too. I got a little echo. Did anybody hear an echo when I'm talking? I clicked off on the YouTube one and still I have an echo. Josh, that's true, I think. Keep giving Charles a hard time. Someone needs to. Mac Pierce, that's one of my favorite things to do. I think you're right that his headphones, yeah.
I'm not immune to that cussing either. You saw what happened when I thought I had lost the live feed that day. The second I think it's clean, I jump. Yeah, I'm a smut mouth. I really have to rein myself in for these things.
Sometimes I can't help it, and it slips out before I can think about it.
Well, it happens. I mean, if anybody unsubscribes because of something like that, they can kiss my go to hell. That's what my dad says. Sorry, because these things happen. I mean, we don't f this, f that, and talk completely guttery. Okay, John just wrote to me. Control C. Your drink's almost empty, mister.
Yeah.
What happens if I break a blade?
Well, I can't go run down to Dairy Queen. It ain't close enough. I got my tea in there, though. If something happens, I got my fallback.
All right. Okay, John has written to me. Here I am. Can't wait to see what he sounds like. Wait, that's Australian, sorry, or ish. Because
Just think of Jamie Page, and you'll be close.
no, because Jamie says I sound too posh,
Ah,
which
that
means I think posh means snooty or
that
UK.
man doesn't know you at all, does he?
He does not know me at all.
Charles and I, for everybody in the chat, Charles and I are both from Texas, and he sounds different than I do. He's in the middle of the state, and I'm on the southeast corner, close to Louisiana. And so I have a little bit when I don't have a sore throat and congestion like I do now. I sound more like a Cajun, if anybody knows what that is.
Cajun Day, I'm going to tell you what, they talk like that.
I can really get to doing it if I have to.
You remember
I
Just
can't
Owen
speak.
Wilson?
Huh?
You remember Just Owen Wilson?
I do.
Yeah, he was a
I
hoot
do.
to watch. He made it fun to watch.
It was funny, yeah. But I as a mailman, I meet a lot. I used to meet a lot of people since before when I was still working.
Yeah.
And I would walk on some routes that I used to have that were not in the best neighborhoods, but the people were extremely nice. And I talked with one old gentleman, older black fella. He had a family, wife, and a couple of daughters. And every time I go over there, he'd talk with me. One day, I'm keeping you from cutting. I know I shouldn't be doing
That's fine.
that.
John's trying to get in, but it says his devices aren't connected now. We're going to let him in.
Okay.
Gentlemen,
Well,
John Hope.
Oh, where is he? I don't see him.
I'm getting the progress wheel, and it's a black screen, but he's probably trying. He might be getting our case of the red ass too. There he is.
Send him back. Send him back.
I finally see John Hope for the first time in my life. How you doing, John? We can hear you.
If you speak.
No, he looks frozen. Not as in cold. His
Yeah,
picture
he's
is frozen.
froze. There,
Oh, it's jumping around, but try talking to us, John.
say something. Can't hear you. Are you muted?
Make sure your microphone's not muted. Look at.
Look at the bottom of your screen.
I'm tickled that he's here, but I hope he can talk. And Mac Pierce says he thought he heard a little Justin Wilson in your voice, Russ.
Well, you know that was the point I was coming to. Is one afternoon I got to this fella's house and he had a bunch of his cronies sitting out there underneath a little tent cover, like a little thing. They were cooling off in the heat, and of course they had been drinking a little bit too, you know. And he calls me over there, and I'm trying to deliver the mail. He calls me over there. He's only thing he says, "Now talk."
Okay.
And I said, "What the hell do you mean?" And he said he started talking. He said, "Told them guys to start talking to me." And he said, "Now you know he sounds French, don't he?" And they said, "Yeah, he's French." I said, "No, he ain't. He ain't got a lick of French in him." And I told him, "That's true. I don't have nothing."
No, that right there, you sounded Cajun.
I can pull it out when I have to.
Do you say mayonnaise like Justin Wilson does?
No, I don't say it like that.
John, try to talk to us.
Can't hear a thing.
I don't see his mouth moving either. John, if you can hear us? Okay, if you're talking, we cannot hear you, sir.
Can't hear you. Has your mic at the bottom muted?
Yeah, look at the bottom of your screen and see if the cam is. It should be the far left icon. It'll say mute or unmute.
I'll tell you what you do. If that's not, come back out and come back in again and test your microphone before you come into the live feed. You can test your microphone and see if it's working. You may not have the right one picked.
Wait. Okay, try that, John, if you can. I hear somebody typing. I don't know if the background noise is at your house, Russ, or his.
I don't think it's mine.
Well, John is trying, but there's also a very bad lag. His picture is very choppy. John, if you can hear me, I don't know what to do, because I know at some point we got to get going. But I'm not. I know you're not. I know you know that I'm not belittling you. I don't know how to help you get sound. But why am I here? Try talking, because I'm hearing. Do you have a TV or radio on, Russ?
The wife's in another room with her scanner
that might
on.
be what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I can't hear him at all.
I hear voices, but I guess it's. Mac Pierce says, Charles, if you can have John just with the mic and no cam, it might help with the lag. Okay, John, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but if you can turn off your cam but still have the mic, will that work? Although we can't hear you, so I don't know how well that will work. Dale Kirkwood. Oh, the voices. What's up, Dale? Mr. It's not Mr. Cough. It's Mr. Maple Tree Studios. Charles, you always hear voices in your head. Yes, sir, I do. Act like you know me. Okay, I'm sorry, very sorry, John, that didn't work out. Anybody that has a cam and mic is welcome to. Sorry, John. Yeah, John. Was it John? What the hell was his name? John Hope? Yeah. Sorry that didn't work out for you, John. Technology can be a booger. Anybody that has a cam and mic is welcome to come on the panel. You won't be on camera the whole time because, at the risk of sounding arrogant, people want to see the live feed for the most part. And Russ is used to being in the background. It's all good, Charles. I lost that. That comment went away. Oh, it's all good, Charles. Just heading to bed. Wanted to pop in and say hi. Hello, Dale. I'm still trying to contact Jamie to see if he's okay, and he's still not responding, so I hope he's still okay. Even though I've heard from you that, Spider-Man, Eiffel Tower, blah, 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 I'm a little concerned because unless he's keeping that resolution from the podcast saying not to be on social media for a month, I don't know what the deal is. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and since Russ is talking to his wife or dealing with a dog or something, I'm gonna go ahead and put myself on cam and we'll get going again. Oh, you spoke to him last night. Oh yeah, you said that. So 6 p.m. Saturday. Okay, well, as long as I mean, is he okay? Are me and him okay? Is he upset about something? I hope he's not upset with me about anything. I guess I shouldn't say that publicly if he is, but yeah. Last I heard. All right. Well, Wes, Russ, you're still. Why do I keep calling you Wes? You're still muted if it matters.
I don't know why you still call me that. I am prettier than that fella.
Yes, sir, you are, and your hair is plumb gorgeous. No, I don't know what the deal is with me calling you Wes.
Yeah, I got a lot of it.
I don't, and I didn't start doing that until you said people call you that. All right, so folks, I apologize for the delay. The voice you're going to hear in your ear is Mr. Russ Meadows, which is Rusty Nails with a Z, wood shop or workshop. I forget already because
wood shop.
Okay, wood shop, and you're welcome to plug your social media if you want to, but and as usual, it's not a requirement. But if you would read the comments and questions, that would be spiffy. I'm gonna see if I can cut 3 cuts without breaking a blade.
I'll give it the best I can, Captain.
I can't think anymore. Josh Grover says, Charles, I'll talk to the voices in my head because I want to be right sometimes or have intelligent conversation. Amen. But I could say the same thing, but half the time I forget what I'm saying. So I can't expect other people to remember that. I will say a new blade does cut much better than a dull one.
What size blade? What size blade are you using? The
number
3?
5. I was going to use the number 3, but I figured as heavy and thick as having 2 pieces is, it doesn't like it.
Okay.
But if I break too many blades, I will unstack them. I know it sucks, but
it does.
But I'll get too frustrated if I'm breaking too many blades.
Well, you'd have to redraw the whole pattern again. You have the holes, but God, that's a real double work.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't do it twice in a row on live feeds. Just if I get to breaking too many, it'll frustrate me too much, and I'll want to get rid of that second layer just to go quicker. But right now it's doing okay, but that's because I just started cutting again. But if I go to do that other eye and I break 2 blades or whatever, then I'm gonna really rethink this double stack. I'll keep doing this project, but double stack is not guaranteed.
If you go to a single layer, then you're gonna cut down to a number 3.
I could probably get away with that, yeah, because I did most of that Star Wars character with a number 3.
Yeah. Right
now we're still good.
And those are still 2 1/4-inch pieces.
Yes, sir.
I would have a number 3 on that as often as I could.
Well,
the bigger the blades, I have a lot more problems, aggravation with the bigger blades for me. Of course, I'm talking flat blades, and with spirals, I tend to break some myself. So
yeah, but when the piece is heavy and bulky, that's when I tend to break the smaller blades. I was only single stacking that Star Wars thing, so that's probably why I wasn't breaking any. All right, so there's one cut done. Let me get it in view for those that want to see it pop, so to speak. There we go. Aussie Man says, good one, Josh. And Josh Grover said, that would be a pain to redraw the pattern with all the holes already drilled. I somewhat agree, but with the holes already drilled and one cut already done, I'd be able to line it up pretty quick. But yeah, I don't want to unstack them, but y'all also don't want me in a bad mood on these live streams. Don't tell me I forgot to drill a pilot hole. No, I didn't.
That's good. I don't want you getting away from me. See, I was only 5 off.
Yep.
And then you found 2 more already. That made me 7 off.
Yeah, and other people were 8 off to begin with. And now they're only 6 off. So if I find too many more, I got to give 5 patterns to 2 more people.
Well, I'm telling you what, the line has already been drawn. I am the winner.
Congratulations. Yeah, I still got to get with Tavis Monroe because he won that first contest, and I didn't know what I was giving away.
What did you give away?
Nothing.
Pattern?
nothing to Tavis, but Tim Carp won 5 free patterns like I'm offering you. That's all I know I can give away because these cuttings I want to make money on eventually.
Right.
Okay, y'all take a drink because I can't find the stupid pilot hole.
John Hope said he had to leave. There was too much feedback, and sorry about no sound.
No, it's no problem. There's worse problems to have. I'm trying to find the stupid pilot hole.
John Ed said he wasn't even close.
Yeah, there were some people got pretty high. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. I wasn't even looking in the right spot. That's part of the problem. There we go. Take it.
Well, if this had been around 2 o'clock in the morning, I would have said something else to help you find your way.
Yep. Yeah, I've been telling people on the last couple live feeds that come around midnight U.S. Central Time, it starts to get a little darker, but it's never completely gutter. But it skates the line sometimes. But that's all right.
Awesome Man said, "Damn, I need 4 or 5 more holes to win."
God, I hope for my sake I haven't missed that many.
Well, if it would be my case, I would have had a lot I missed because I get tired of doing the pilot holes.
I hear you.
I'll do a bunch and then I quit and I'll start cutting them. Then I'll hit it again.
Isn't it weird how we can see it drawn, but once it's cut out, it just pops more and it just comes to life?
Well, you know why? It's because of the shadows.
Something. John Hope, make sure that your webcam and mic are working before you come in. No offense, because I'll have to stop for a while if we try to bring you in again. But party clean. I might be the close with the missed pilot holes. I might be the closest. Oh, I don't know if he said 10 or 100, but yeah, 10 pilot holes. Okay, let me get going again. After I light my stogie and get a drink.
I was trying to grab my glory.
I didn't.
Nobody can have my glory.
Bunch of haters. Haters gonna hate, y'all. No, I didn't drink when I broke the blade, so this is my drink.
Wow.
I should probably turn this piece around for that visual comfort because I'm leaning back right now because this piece is hanging off the table. So let me do that. So it's going to be upside down for folks.
We don't care.
I do.
We never know what it looks like until it's done.
Yep. Oh, John Hope says not tonight. Okay. All right. I'll get back with you in about 3 hours when this eye is cut. I always try to do the most brittle part of the eye first and then do the perimeter of it.
It doesn't matter what pattern Charles is cutting. If it's got eyes, that's where he starts first.
Yep.
Awesome Man says, I drill any holes I miss on the saw with my Dremel as I go.
Jamie, if you're watching, I just got your message and I'm very sorry. I hope you're doing okay, or I hope you get better. Jamie's not feeling well. He just messaged me on Facebook and I caught the notification. We miss you, Jamie, but don't expect you to be here when you're sick.
Hope you feel better.
Yeah, and plus Russ stole your spot.
And I'm a poor second, I say. Poor second.
No.
I appear to be the only one with an active webcam and a microphone, so there you go, buddy.
Oh, God, we'll resort to what we got to resort to. I'm kidding. You're one of my closest friends, mister, and you know that.
Yes, sir.
If my video quality goes to hell, it will mean my other half got home and started playing games.
There ought to be a lockout you could put on there till you're finished.
Well, we're going to look into either getting a better provider or a second connection to where we're on different, well, I can't think of the terms. So where her being on the, yeah, something like that. but it'll be like having 2 connections for the same internet provider. But I don't know what
Okay.
the cost is going to be. But if it costs too much, we can't do it because sadly I don't make enough to pay any more bills. So my wife would have to cover it, and that's not fair to her. Going back to the beginning of this cut so I can do that other fragile part.
John Hope said his mic normally works when I talk to my friends in Florida. Well,
it's just like here, the live streams. Crap happens because it's live.
that's when it normally doesn't work.
Yeah.
Josh Grover says, "Dag nabbit, there's another snap blade over here."
It wasn't me. Well, if Josh Grover was drinking alcohol, he'd be drunk as hell by now. As many blades as he's broken. I'm trying to force myself to go slower so I don't break blades, but that's friction. So I hope I can get through this whole eye without breaking one, because that'll get really frustrating. A lot of these cuts are small, but the face has a lot of big ones. You think I scroll slow before? Look at how slow I'm having to go now.
Yeah, if Wes was here, he'd be dogging you out about how slow you're going, huh?
Yeah. Although I did ask him to slow that down because I'm already self-conscious about it. Dang it! Then I got my brother calling me short bus.
Oh,
Actually,
Lord.
He says sharp bus. And our shirt is a whole nother issue. Have you been on one of these things with my brother yet?
No, I don't think so. Not on live. I've been in the chat.
Yeah, I know Wes Balco has, but I've been trying to get my brother to meet Dale Kirkwood. But when my brother's wife is home, he's usually spending time with her because they apparently still love each other.
What the hell's wrong with that, you know?
No, I was trying to be funny because
I know, I was too. It didn't work.
They're just one of those couples that's so in love that they don't need a part-time. You know what I mean? I mean, you obviously love your wife. I love mine, but doing her own thing kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, my wife is in there drawing patterns to put up on Etsy.
Nice.
Yeah.
She does patterns too.
Yeah, not these kinds. She does patterns for t-shirts and things like that. And she's up drawing. So she's doing pretty well with it, which is fun.
She's drawing by hand?
Drawing them on a computer.
Cool.
Yeah, she can't draw by hand. I can't either. I can't draw a straight line. That's
I can't draw one real straight without a straight edge. See, these cuts take so long, I'm actually stopping to take a drag of a cigarette.
Well, you should be able to find out a way to do that with no hands. So you keep cutting.
I'll use my nose or another appendage. But if that shows up on camera, I'm no more YouTube.
Yeah.
But it's not big enough to hold anything. Well, yes, Josh, I did go there. Go ahead.
Josh Grover says he's already at 3 blades already today in 2.5 hours of cutting. He's done. I guess broke 3.
I am so ashamed, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, you can't hardly call yourself a scroller.
People like to give each other hell when they cut themselves too. It does happen to an individual few, but it happened to Eloy Escojedo and Carl Jacobson. So we like to give them hell about it. But it does happen to some people.
Yeah. Mac Pierce told Josh, not even an hour a blade. And Mac Pierce, Russ, it's a riot with both of them in here. I don't know who he's talking about.
I don't either. That's you're going through the same thing I do. We talk about so many things.
You talk about it in here, and then they write on it, then stuff is passed, and I forget what they're talking about.
Yeah, me too. Now you know what I'm going through.
Jason Rogers asked, are you using a projector to get the large patterns?
No, sir. I use a program online called rapidresizer.com. It has a monthly membership, but it may have a free plan. I don't know. I think the monthly membership gives you unlimited, but I use that to blow it up real big, and then I trace it on the wood with carbon paper or transfer paper, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Patrick's Workshop said, yo, mofos.
Yo.
We'll leave that one
Patrick.
there.
Yep.
And John N says the gloves are off now.
Yep.
Mac Pierce said Charles and Cliff both in here at the same time, Russ.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I was talking about. Oh, I've been in the chat when both of them are going on. Yeah, I know. And they both give each other hell. Cliff gives Charles more, I think.
Yep.
But he does it just to get under his skin.
Well, we both compete to be funnier, and usually our go-to humor is to dog each other.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just sweeter than he is, I guess.
Jason says, so you have a large printer?
No, I'm sorry. I should have specified that. It prints out multiple sheets of paper, and I tape them together.
Yeah, that's the way I do it as well when I have oversized.
But I think a lot of printers have a setting when you hit print, you can click on poster or something like that.
Yeah.
And it will let you choose stuff like that. I've never tried that method. There are free, if you Google, free, what's the word I'm looking for? Free image resizing. You should be able to find stuff on Google. I wrote it somewhere once, but I need to put that on my website or something saying, here's how you can resize.
Yeah, Rapid Resizer is one of the better ones. And they used to have a free set of programs that you could use. I don't know if he still does.
But I can never get it to print the exact size I want unless it's on in one sheet of paper. I always seem to. Go ahead.
I've been able to, well, in times past, I haven't used it in quite some time, but in times past, I was able to make it work. And he's got all kinds of little bitty extra software packages there that you can actually make the patterns with.
Yep. And I only pay $14.95 a month.
Right. And then he went to this a subscription plan. Yeah. And if you use it enough, it's worth it.
Yep. And I use it enough.
Yeah.
But there are free things out there. I just don't know what they are right offhand.
No, I haven't ever searched them. I know they're there. I haven't searched them out. When I found his, I'd kind of stopped with that one.
Yeah.
And stuff. But
well, I Googled it once to give people a list for those that don't want to pay for it.
Right. Now, there are printers out there with software that you can, like you said, do the posterize, and it will actually print out all the individual pages, and you'd have to tape them together.
Yep.
Match your lines up and tape them together, and
man,
that works just as well.
You talk about a good investment. If I could afford one of those gigantic printers that will print it all on one sheet, that would be freaking awesome. I would love to have one of those.
Well, yeah.
God knows I would get use out of it. Go ahead.
John N says if your printer program has the option, you can print the output as tiles. That's the same thing as posters. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same thing we're talking about. You still have to match your lines and tape them together.
Yeah, if I could get one of those giant printers that does it all on one sheet of paper, man, I would love it. It would only, no, because sometimes they go 4 feet. But
yeah, you would have to have one heck of a printer, man.
Yeah, they make them. I'm like, my wife used to have one at her work that would do it. It wouldn't have to be 4 feet wide. I could handle making two printouts to do a 4 foot wide piece. Well, we haven't broken the blade yet, but I was about this far away last time on the other eye when it broke.
A printer of that caliber is going to cost a pretty good bit of money, I bet.
Yes, sir. That's why it's a pipe dream. I'm pretty realistically not going to have one. But I've been doing it this way for so long, I'm okay with that. I'm glad not every cut is this big. Although the piece would be done quicker with big cuts, but yeah, this face has all the big ones except for right here is a very big cut. Please don't break.
For the vast majority of Charles's patterns, I'm just going to tell you, you're going to use spirals.
Yep.
You're not going to be able to use a flat blade. No way. Not for the vast majority of his at least not the ones that I've done so far.
Yeah, some people have been managed to use flat blades on some things. I don't remember which ones, but and that's on me too because come on, I can't see what's under there to see where it's catching. Get off of there, booger.
John N says he's got a printer that can do 4 foot wide from the engineering company, just waiting on service.
Oh God, I want that. I would give dang near anything except for money because I don't have any. But man, what I would do to have one of those kind of printers. So if there's anybody
Charles would trade you.
if there's
Charles
anybody
will trade
rich
you a
out there,
lathe for that
yeah.
and meet you halfway too.
Well,
Maybe.
unless it's in another state.
God,
if there was
depending
anybody,
where you are.
if there's anybody out there watching that's really rich and wants to help support me, don't give me money. Give me one of those gigantic printers. Holy crap! Anyways, that's it. I mean, I don't usually beg, but I'd practically beg to get one of those if I thought I had a shot at it. But there's the eyes. I'm going to start doing the detail around them. No. Well, yeah, let's get the bigger detail around, and then we can do the nose and mouth.
Oh, John said that company went bankrupt. What a steal.
Oh, man. John.
Mac says, Charles, we absolutely do not want to hear what you'll do for that printer. Laugh out loud.
More than I would do for a Klondike bar. John, are you saying you have one or have access to one? Don't tease me like that. Dang it.
He's in Ontario, Canada, if you want to meet him halfway.
Well, if it's his job, then we
said, oh my God.
I don't want to tease myself. What do you mean, oh my God? I don't know what he's saying oh my God about, but okay.
I don't either. Herb Hoover laughing out loud.
I don't even know what they're laughing at because I say so much. Oh, probably what Max said.
Yeah, probably so. I'm sure it had nothing to do with the Klondike bar, being that he's in Ontario, Canada.
What would you do for a Klondike bar? Oh.
Hey, I'm out of drink. I'll be right back.
Good Lord, man.
Can't have that.
No, we can't. Don't do it. And yes, I have one waiting on service, and I still have to pick up. Oh man, John, I would do so many things for that. That's probably illegal in 7 states. Yes, it was like, God, I want one. Oh, I would save a lot on paper, that's for sure. On at least, normal size paper. Oh. Bear with me. I got to stretch a little bit. So see how long it took just to cut 2 eyes? If you're just joining the live stream, it didn't take 2.5 hours. I started out untwisting blades, then I had a contest, and then we got started. So this hasn't all been cutting for 2 hours. Mac Pierce says more than 7 states, I'd say, Charles. Well, I was trying to look more family friendly. God, I'd give dang near anything to have one of those, and an RV. So if you're that rich, go ahead and throw an RV in there and deliver it in the RV, and then just walk back. All right, because I'm carrying. Ooh, diddly, we gonna get going on this here. Jason Rogers, I recently did a 32-inch by 24-inch Punisher skull backlit with sled lights. For my son, we taped the paper together and traced it off our TV. That makes sense. That's cool. And thank you for being here, Jason Rogers. That sounds very cool. And in case you didn't know it, Russ, you're still muted. I didn't call you Wes. Ha! There is hope. Okay. This could take me quite a few live feeds to get done, Russ.
You think?
As slow as I'm having to cut?
That's not near as big as the Spider-Man.
Well, it's right around the same time. I mean, size.
Not as many cuts though. The cuts, you don't have as many cuts, right?
Yeah, but I might look at that slow. How I don't know. It's the weight of the piece is playing into it too. But you're right. The Spider-Man was 27.5 inches wide. This is 27 5/8 tall. But I don't remember having to cut this slow for Spider-Man. So maybe I'm just blocking it out. But the advantage, if I do decide to unstack these, is I'll already have the eyes and the pilot holes done, and having the eyes already cut out, I can line it up very quickly with the, if I put a light behind it, once it's lined up, I just retrace.
You know, that might be okay, but in a situation like that, if it was me, I'd end up having to throw that thing in the trash can because I know I wouldn't get it aligned right, and I'd be wasting a piece of wood.
I'd get it lined right, but I know I'm kind of failing myself and potentially the viewers by unstacking him, but at least I'm cutting the top one.
Well, that is the main one, but
yeah. I mean, I'd be just a little bit disappointed, but I could get done quicker if I'd unstack these. I'm still considering it, even though I haven't broken any more blades. I don't want to have to cut this thing slow. Yeah, I think after this cut, I am going to unstack them. I'm sorry.
Wow. That little tickle in the back of the throat, man.
What do you mean?
I had to cough. I had to take the microphone, put it on mute. I had to cough. You know, my wife is sitting in there, and she's squealing like a elephant that got his tail stomped on.
Why is she squealing?
She's got this. She's not trying to. She's got sick like I did. She finally got whatever I have.
You mean?
And I think she's actually worse off than me.
What do you mean by? Yeah, I'm unstacking. What do you mean by squealing, though?
Laryngitis.
Oh, okay. You meant when she talks.
Yeah. Okay. She can't talk good.
Okay, I'm so gonna unstack this. Y'all take a drink while I unstack. I'm not gonna tolerate.
Thank you for the break. I really needed that drink. Let me go ahead and plug my Snapple. This is strawberry kiwi, by God. It ain't my peach tea, but it'll work.
Okay.
Mac Pierce says, Charles, you cut the outside off of Spider-Man, so the board was way lighter.
Yes, sir. That's a good point.
Yes, that is.
I'm using my straight edge to pry the pieces apart. Are you waiting till I take you off camera so I can't see you drinking?
I already know what's coming.
Act like you know me.
I know it. I knew what was coming.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take you off.
Put the lid back on it.
I'm sorry.
Okay. A couple of times you almost got me, so I almost spewed it. I don't want to spew on my keyboard.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind redrawing it someday as long as I get one cut. This will go much, well, I say much quicker, but I still scroll slow. Now the only thing that's going to slow us down is if there's any, that's what it looks like without anything drawn.
Man, it's just a pair of eyes. Put that on the wall.
That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I got to make sure there's no brad sticking out of this one. Most of them came out with nope, a lot of them stayed here. So I got to pull those out and scrape off the bottom so that the blowouts don't. Yeah, I'm sorry that I had to unstack, but worst problems to have. We still get to see the cut being done. So let me get my little fish hook hooser what's-its and pull that crap out of there, and we can go a lot quicker.
Herb Hooper says strawberry kiwi is not bad, but I'm with you. I'd rather have the peach, Russ. I agree with you. Peach is my favorite.
Peachy.
Jason Rogers, hi Russ and hi Charles. If it wasn't for the two of you, I wouldn't have learned to do what I do without you both. Thanks for all the knowledge. I'm pretty proud of what we can make something out of nothing.
I
Or
appreciate that very much.
I'm pretty proud we can make out of what we can make out of nothing.
Absolutely. And I love sharing. But
John Hope said, "What's that? Moonshine?" No, it ain't moonshine.
God, this is
I
going
had a taste of moonshine one time, and I hope to never have the experience again.
to.
Charles was with me there one time when we went to Atlanta,
Yep.
and I had a 1 ounce. And I'm not a drinking man, believe
Not
me.
either.
I don't drink. And I had a 1 ounce shot of peppermint schnapps moonshine, and I think it was more moonshine than peppermint schnapps.
And after that, he could smell
And
colors.
oh man, I tell you what, the guys told me, buddy of mine was sitting there with me. He said, if you're not a drinker, man, take it slow. So I drank half of it, half that 1 ounce shot, half an ounce. And I got warm from my toes to my nose off of that half an ounce of that moonshine.
That's funny.
A little bit later, I took the last half, and I tell you what, my eyes rolled up in the back of my head. I swore to God, I said, boy, I will never do that again. Don't you even think about offering me any.
And a little later, he found out nudity in public was frowned upon. I'm kidding.
Man, I'll tell you what, almost got picked up by the law.
Okay, let me scrape this crap.
Had they not been laughing, I probably would have.
I'm actually relieved that I did that because it's going to go so much quicker. And I might be able to do number 3s on some of this brittle crap without breaking it. And for anybody wondering why I scrape it like this, it's because the little blowouts left from drilling the pilot hole we can catch on the hole in the table. I'm actually so relieved that I unstacked. I know I'm making a big deal out of it, but I'll have more fun. I mean, if I break a bunch of blades, it takes the fun out of it for me.
Well, you ought not break any now.
Well, I'm sure I'll still break some because that's what I do, but I can't break tradition too much. I can break blades, but I don't want to break tradition. All right, so it's still going to look the same, a little less.
Herb Hooper says put some glow-in-the-dark paint behind it.
All right, let's get back on it. Let's see how much quicker this crap goes. I'm still going to use number 5s on the bigger areas, though. I'm actually excited now more than I was. All right. Aren't you excited, Russ? Me too.
I'm on the edge of my seat, man. Literally.
This one has a weak spot in it because I had to untwist it and I crimped it a little bit, so this one could break too. So y'all just get your drinks ready. And I gouged myself with one of the breads when I was frying the piece apart, so y'all pray for me. I'm kidding. Okay, this is gonna go so much easier. And if I break a blade, I'm just gonna fall on the floor and cry.
That's the on-the-job injury you have.
Yes, sir. Workman's comp. My health plan sucks. Medicare. Yeah, my first appointment having to deal with all this eye crap, the copay was $114. That's why every time I have to schedule an appointment now, I ask them what the copay is because I can't afford it. All I have is Medicare. My wife has health insurance, but it would have cost $300 extra a month to add me to it, and I don't resent her for it. It just is what it is because it's good old U.S. healthcare.
Charles, John N said, once the printer is done and ready to go, we can talk, my friend.
Well, I love you to death, John, but I have nothing of value to give you for it, and I can't travel that far due to my anxiety. So I don't know what we can do to be fair about it. But God, I'm not even kidding. If there's a way I can get that thing and it's working, holy hell. Josh Grover says, Mac, the reason why I'm going through so many blades is I'm cutting the old 1-inch thick cutting board. Yeah, that'll do it. That's why I unstacked this crap. Watch how much quacker. Russ, if nothing else was so fitting for what I'm doing, and me being the one doing it, Quacker was it. Watch me
You
go
got that
Quacker.
right. Everybody's gonna be quacking in the chat now. Quack, 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 quack.
If you hadn't brought that up, it would have still been moo. But yeah, that's a very good point. Now everybody's gonna be quacking and mooing and all kinds of stuff.
Maybe it's not moo anymore. It's quack.
Damn it! It sounds so silly, but I'm actually excited to get back on this now because it's going to go so much easier. He said right before he broke a blade.
All right, let's talking more quack. I mean, cutting.
Quacking. I got to take a drink first because I broke that blade. Okay. Some good stuff. I almost said something else.
I know.
Well, I'm glad Jamie's
Dr. Pepper is one of my favorites, but I've kind of gotten away from all the soft drinks and stuff, and I've been on to that Snapple tea now for quite some time.
I was about to say, for the last few times I talked to you, you got that Snapple going on. So I'm glad I'm not the only one that drinks out of a big bottle.
Oh yeah. I think Josh Grover says quack means drink time. Okay, Josh. Quack quack. Oh, I mean Charles got to say it.
No, you can say it. It's more fun for me to say moo.
Moo is so passe. It's gone.
Moo is so yesterday.
And so yesterday.
That quacks me up.
It quacks me up.
Look how much quicker I'm cutting. Hell yeah.
Herb Hooper says moved so much last year. Yeah, we have quack now. I think y'all are kind of finicky. Y'all don't stay with one thing too long.
Well, we were saying Happy Moo Year, so that sort of came into the new year.
Well, it looks like I lost the chat. Where'd it go?
It disappears sometimes. It'll come back.
I got it.
I don't know why that happens.
Mac Pierce, moo never goes out of style. Yes,
I knew Mac was going to be the one to say something.
Lawrence Aldridge is back.
By it.
Josh Grover said, "Did you break more blades on the other eye?" I don't think you did.
No, it was on the cut I'm working on right now is where I broke the last one, so I've broken two. But I've now unstacked it, Josh. It's one single layer, so it's going much quicker. I probably should have saved that piece, but oh well. I'm so used to chunking waste away. So after I do this big piece and this couple of these pieces up top, I'm going to move it down to the rest of the face, and that'll really pop. I'm excited about this because I love this design. I love Native American ones, but this is one of my better Native American ones if I'm being biased. It's got more personality to it, I think. It looks like a warrior. It's not just some dude with paint on his face.
Yeah. It's a nice looking pattern.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
I can hit the lows, but I can't hit the highs.
I can.
I
can't even think about doing that.
I called my ex-wife.
I was calling my daughter one time, back when she was littler, and my ex-wife answered. I said,
"Is Casey there?"
She said, "Just a second, hun." If she had known it was me, she would not have called me hun, because we still hated her. We hated each other at the time.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Josh Grover made a comment in the chat.
Cool. Well, you get to take another drink because I can't find the damn bottle.
That's what he said. Quack. I'm drinking.
Well, in my defense, it's because this was the top layer, so I'm probably gonna have to pour out a few holes. Y'all are gonna get drunk tonight if you're drinking alcohol. I don't even remember what I was trying to get the pilot hole through. Where was I trying to go through?
You didn't tell me. I was looking at the chat.
Oh, right here. You didn't tell me. That's funny right there. All right. If anybody named Casey Deering comes in the chat, that would be my daughter. My biological daughter.
Right. Yeah. Roger that.
10 to the foe, yo. So it wasn't the hole, I'm just missing it. Okay, I think I'm going to have to do another Sharpie check. Heck, blab it, dude. Really?
Get your light.
Well, it doesn't help me find it without the Sharpie because I have trouble finding things. But yeah, there it is. And it's twisted the wrong way. I forgot to untwist it before I put it in there, but oh well. Get in there, you little hoobie doobie. That's me trying not to cuss. Hoobie doobie doo bop.
Lawrence Aldridge wants to know, what program do you use to resize your patterns, and about what does it cost?
Rapid Resizer, and it costs, at least when I got in, it was $14.95 a month. You'd have to go to rapidresizer.com and look for the membership options. And if you want to share that with the rest of the chat, that'd be cool too. Why don't I do that and share screens? Because I finally learned how to share screens.
He says his printer will print 11 by 17. As long as, Lawrence, as long as your printer would print that, that's great. If you his patterns are normally a lot larger than that, and you would have to tile them or posterize, get the poster side if your printer will do that.
I'm not signed in on this laptop, but am I sharing screens? Are y'all able to see my screen?
I am.
Okay, let's go for pricing. Whoops. Get started. No, I don't need the email address because
You have to log into yours to do that.
Well, I know I'm looking at
pretty sure.
pricing as if I was somebody that hadn't gotten a plan yet.
Right.
So that's why I'm not logged in. I have basic, I think, print unlimited resizings, text and picture stencil makers, and ink saver.
Right.
So if you get one of my patterns and it's full of black ink and you want to save ink, that's another advantage. Designer, print unlimited resizing, text, picture, stencil, blah, blah, blah. See, I don't customize and do all that crap. All I do is resize. That's why I go with basic. But let's look at the pricing. So there's your pricing, and I think that's a dang good set of pricing.
Yeah, quarterly. You don't even pay it monthly if you don't want.
Well, I know at the time it was monthly when I got it, but there's your pricing. I'm going to leave that on the screen for a little bit if anybody wants to write that down. The website is called rapidresizer.com/buy. If you want to get us, I think it's worth it, especially if you do larger patterns. Even if you want to just go more than one sheet of paper, maybe only 2 sheets, but if you want to print it out at a certain size, there you go.
That'd be the way to do it.
Yeah, and the prices being shown are in US dollars, but there is a drop down, so I'm going to do a UK. Wait, let me scroll the page. This is for anybody watching anywhere else. I know we have at least one Canadian out there, so we'll do Canadian dollars next. And it says you're billed in US dollars and it's approximate. Holy hell. Oh, wait.
That's 15 Canadian.
Yeah.
Quarterly.
Yeah, so that's that for Canadian. I won't go through all of them. What is AUD?
European.
It's European. I don't know what these last two are, but European.
1073.
So in other words, folks, it's if you print larger than one sheet of paper and you don't mind paying for unlimited resizing, then to me it's worth it. So I hope y'all buy now and save $10 a year off Rapid Resizer Designer version. See, so that's something for you newbies. I'm already, Let me stop sharing. So
pretty much what I've seen and use it is the basic version. And like he was showing a while ago, it does have little offshoots of it that will allow you to take a picture and make a stencil out of it. And you can change certain things on it. That's the best way to go for the majority of what we do.
Yeah. I've already lost 3 subscribers since this live stream started. Oh, well. It's funny. I keep saying how much it doesn't matter, but, it does bother me, but it doesn't. I don't lose sleep over it. But it makes me wonder. It's like, man, as many people that are watching these things, I'm surprised people are unsubscribing. Oh, well, we'll get going. All right. So I hope that helped anybody wanting Mimi Lord. European is euros. I knew that. I don't know what the GBP or the AUD was. That might be Australian. Mimi Lord says, that's what I use. I resize a lot of patterns. I change them to line drawings. I really think it is worth it. I think it's worth it too, especially because I cut billboards. Oh, I still,
And yes, he does.
I'm telling you, I would do so many things that I wouldn't talk about in public just to get one of those gigantic printers. I might do them in public if you paid me enough, because I can be bought. I'm kidding. I've talked in the past about how I can't be bought, but you give me $1 million, I'll do a lot of things I wouldn't do otherwise. I'm not going to eat a cricket for $10. I'll eat a cricket for $1,000 and then go puke. But okay, anyway, stop being stupid, Charlie. Come on now. Trying to get the camera here set up. I'll tell you what.
Aussie Man says his big printer prints 4 foot wide, and as long as you want. The paper is a big roll, and I never use it.
Dang it, Bill. His name is Bill, by the way. Bill,
right.
Don't tease me like that. I want that. If anybody in this world could get use out of a giant printer like that, I could. As a scroller.
That's for sure.
Mac Charles may be easy, but he's a cheap tool. He's
cheap too.
Oh.
He may be easy, but he's cheap too.
How am I cheap? Oh, well, I'm cheap because I'm broke.
He's cheap because you said you wouldn't eat a cricket for 10, but you'd eat it for 1,000. Some people wouldn't do it for $1 million.
I'd eat 3 or 4 of them for $1 million. Shoot. I say all that, but there's no way in hell I'd be on Fear Factor.
I was just thinking the same thing. Fear Factor.
Bull testicles. I don't think so.
Joe Rogan had eat this bowl of crickets for $1 million.
Here's some cricket spit. Drink that.
Yeah, I couldn't do that. There's no way.
Grasshopper lips. You'd have to try pretty hard to get a bunch of grasshopper lips. I'm just saying.
You sure would.
Okay, here we go. Let me check the clamp, and if it still makes that sound, that means I need to fix the tension. First thing I need to do is untwist the stupid blade, because I picked up one of the ones that I hadn't untwisted or twisted right. Dag blabbit. I always whistle in that. I'm gonna feel it. There we
go. Those are flying Dutchman blades that you're using?
Yes, sir. Number 3 and number 5.
Okay, I get the spiral ends. I don't worry about the flat ends, and I don't twist them. I stick them in there and just screw them down, and it holds for me anyway.
Yeah, most scroll saws do that, but the clamps for the Hegner are very narrow like that. They don't have any forgiveness in there, so that's why it matters to me. But I have to. You'll see how that's cocked off to the side. We want it to wait.
Yeah, I see.
I have to put it back in the thing here to center it. Otherwise, that's probably part of why it was making that weird sound. And that's this part right here is where you do the blade changes. So I got to take that off and put that somewhere else so that I can tape, double-sided tape this thing to the top of my scroll saw table. And you see how narrow that table is? It's 9 inches by 17 inches.
Yeah, it's small.
Very small.
For a high-end saw, I'm surprised that the table is as small as it is.
In their defense, most people don't cut billboards like I do. So the average person cuts maybe an 8 by 10, but that is pretty narrow for a table regardless, I think. But I love the company.
Well, that's why I said I used that one from Harbor Freight for quite some time till I broke the damn blade and the adapter went flying. And that table on that thing was small.
Yeah.
But when I got to that, I up to that DeWalt 788, and I was really surprised how big that was. And that's what made me wonder, with a top end saw like that, and they still have a small table. Yeah, it's amazing to me.
I hear you. I mean, worst problems to have. Another thing is the parts for these things cost a lot. Like if I had to replace that upper arm, $237. The table, believe it or not, as small as that table is, last I saw, it was $200 to replace that.
Wow. Well, that's probably in the same range of what the DeWalt table would be. I think it's a little bit less than that. But
don't get me wrong. I love the company, and the saw is worth it. It's a workhorse, but Yeah, that's the only complaint I have is the table size, but that's because I cut these humongous things. But I've obviously fixed that problem.
If any of y'all in the chat have ever actually seen one of Charles's cuttings up close, you know what he's talking about. Them things are gorgeous.
Well, thank you.
Well,
You
you know,
just
he had
explained.
he had some at the Houston woodworking show a couple years ago when I went, and I said, "Man, they look so much better in person than they even do on the screen."
Yeah, and they smell like cigarette
And
smoke. I'm kidding. If you clear coat them, you can't smell a thing.
well, I wasn't sniffing them, but I'm just looking at
Yeah,
them.
they might have kicked you out if you going around sniffing stuff. I hate it when I have to cut things upside down to the viewer, but it's that visual comfort thing. And it's funny because I talk about it. If you think about it, the blade is not going to get any further or closer to me, but hangover. If I had this flipped around, I'd have a lot of stuff hanging off the table.
Jason Rogers said Hefner. I don't know where he got that from.
No, he misspelled Hegner. Hegner.
Okay. DeWalt hates spiral ends. Not to me, they don't. My DeWalt takes them just fine. He said, I just ordered flat end. Thanks to Charles letting me know I could get flat ends. I usually use Olson flat blade with good success. Oh, I'm sorry for you having to go with Olson. I really feel for you. But now I want larger projects.
Golly, and Mac, apparently Jason Rogers said something about
22 inches of depth.
Yeah.
It's a 22-inch stroke. Yes, I understood that too. That's a good one. It's just a table size for me.
Yeah, for those that don't know, when you hear about a size of a saw, they're referring to where this blade is, to the inside of the back of the throat. So there's 22 inches here. And since I cut billboards, that's awesome.
Yes. Yeah, the DeWalt is only a 20-inch, but it's still good enough for me.
Yeah.
And you can actually cut more than that with the spiral blades, bigger than that, because you only have to move it just a little bit.
I know it won't bother you, Mac. I just like to have it right side up for people to see it as I'm doing it. Right now, you're seeing above. Oh, well, I know. Okay, get on it, Charlie. Dag nabbit, you've done enough break times. Break, BREAK time. And you're making me take a drink. Don't you do it?
Too late.
Someday I'm probably going to crack up while I'm taking a drink and spit all over my project. But somebody asked, it was probably Mac. Have you tried Dr. Pepper stain or something like that?
That would look good, huh?
Yes. Dag blabbit. I'm going to check the clamp first, and if that's not it, then I have to add tension, because sometimes after you put it in, it can loosen. Now, it sounds tight, but we'll see. Okay. That's going to cut so much dang quicker. Now I'm not worried about those X's. I'm still trying not to force the piece like I usually do, because I can still break blades.
It's starting to go out of focus a little bit.
Heck, blabbit. Okay, I'll pull the camera in after this cut. Thank you for letting me know that.
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess I could do it now. I don't have to finish the cut first. Is that better, sir?
Quite so.
Oh, you talk funny. You sound like C-3PO.
That's only because I got a sore throat. Sore throat. Yeah, I should have my wife come in here and talk to you. You can understand the things she's saying.
All right, so we're much closer now. Hopefully, y'all can see more and it's clearer. But now you can see the eyes because I pulled the camera a little lower too.
Yeah, Lawrence says he has the Model 4695 Delta, and that's pretty much the same thing as the DeWalt 788.
Yeah. My first scroll saw was a Delta back when they had those spring-loaded clamps and that gigantic tool to torque down the clamp. So that was a pain in the bead, tootie.
I believe it.
But there wasn't a lot of options in 1997. And plus, per the usual, I was broke. If there's anybody watching that might be shy, don't be shy. If you have any questions or comments, throw them out there. Everybody's been a beginner. Even if you've just never used spirals, me, Russ, or anybody in the chat section will probably help you out. So that screen sharing has come in handy yesterday and today. Yesterday it was my website. Today it was rapid resizer adult comb. My website is I need to stop talking. My website is woodenvisions.com. If you want this pattern, go to woodenvisions.com/shop/warrior WARRIOR. You're welcome. Diddly. Hold the noise down, Rusty. Good Lord.
Well, I'm watching the chat, and they're just talking amongst themselves for the time being. So there's
hell they are all friendly and stuff.
Nothing for me to comment on.
No, I know. I'm just messing with you.
I know you are.
That's what I do. Hey, I'm not as bad as Mark Stallings, though. Just kidding. If you Mark Stallings, that's all he does is mess with you.
I know he does, but he's damn good at it too.
Yeah.
Mark Stallings is my boy. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, Josh was like that for a little while, and then I wrote to him. I said, "Man, I don't mean to call you out, Josh, but sarcasm works for some people." I said, "I'm all for ribbing here and there, but let's balance it out." So he's toned it down a bit, and I apologize for anybody that I have to ask to tone it down a bit. But so it's apparently John Hope is leaving us. Bedtime night all. Thank you for being here. What's your face, John? What's your face?
Jason Rogers asked if I ever had to go through alignment issues with the 788, like adjusting the bottom arm. I never have. I told this story the last time I was on.
God almighty.
That I had this 788 is one that I actually got for $100.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, well, I had my own 788, and I actually ended up selling it and keeping this one, and it wasn't working. Supposedly, the lady and her son that was using it was only a 2-year-old machine, and it stopped working and started blowing fuses. And so she sold it to me along with the stand and a Delta with the stand for $100. And I brought them home and cleaned up the Delta, and it was working. I sent her a video of it working, and she said, "My God, what do you have to do?" And I said, "Nothing but clean them up." And I sent her a video of the DeWalt that was blowing fuses, and it wasn't working. I sent her about a 30-second video of it cutting. And she said, "What do you have to do to that one?" I said, "Nothing." I said, "I cleaned it, and I've changed the fuse and put the right size fuse in it."
She had the wrong fuse in there is why it was blowing.
She had the saw calls for a 3-amp fuse, and she was putting a 1-amp in it.
Well, that'll do it.
The reason why she put the 1-amp in it is because the sticker on the side of the machine, it looks like it says a 1-amp, but it's not. It's a 3-amp. And if you look in the specs, it calls for a 3-amp fuse, but the sticker on it says, it looks like it's saying 1 amp. And I looked at it and I thought, it says 1 amp on there, but it's a 3-amp fuse, and I know it's a 3-amp fuse. Well, so I looked a little harder.
That's a hell of a mistake for the manufacturer to make.
Well, the actual sticker on it, and it doesn't say it's a 1 amp, but it looks like it does. And it when you look at it closely, and if you know what you're looking for, it does say 3 amp on it. But the way it's stamped on there, it says looks like a 1 amp.
Yeah.
And it's kind of freaky. So they went over to the local AutoZone and bought a bunch of 1 amp fuses, and they kept blowing them.
Oh man.
That's why I took it home, and I get all that for $100. And I get them working. So I sell mine. It was a good working saw. I sold it for $250, and I made a profit on the deal. And I've kept that one DeWalt that I got from her.
Mm-hmm.
And it does need a bearing changed out in the back of the arm.
Yeah.
But other than that, because it had never been greased or anything like that, and it was only 2 years old.
The only issue I've ever had with this saw is the little vinyl rollers on the lever.
Oh yeah.
The first Hagner I had was an 18-inch, and it had a short in the wiring to the switch. But that's a 1 in a million kind of problem to have. Now they make dust covers for the switch, built in, protect from getting in there.
Yeah. Well, the switch that turns on the DeWalt on and off is on top, right by where your speed adjustment is.
Yeah.
And it's a known location for dust to get in. Excuse me a minute. And so that's all I did. I pulled the cover off and I vacuumed it all out, cleaned it all out. That's all it takes most of the time.
I'm afraid to take anything apart because I won't remember how it went together.
Oh, that's nothing. That's only a couple of screws on either side of the cap cover is made to pop right off.
Yeah. Well,
and then your switch is right there. You don't think that that little bit of dust inside that switch will be what causes your problem, but it does.
This Hagner has 2 points on it you're supposed to oil. I've never oiled it. I don't know why. But I also don't know how much oil to put on it and how often.
Not much. You don't put much.
Probably maybe 2 drops.
Lawrence, probably. It's machine oil, probably.
Yeah.
Lawrence Aldridge says he got the stand, the light, and the saw at the time. It was $499 on Amazon back in 2013. That's a good price. That's way cheaper than even at the woodworking show. They had DeWalt's there, and that's cheaper than what all of that together was. Way cheaper than what you got it for. No, I mean yours was cheaper. Let me put it that way.
Well, if anybody wants a Hagner, you can get them from advancedmachinery.com. The company's in Delaware, but the saw is German made.
Hagner's at the high end of the spectrum.
Yes.
And the DeWalt's about a mid range. It's a real good mid range.
Mm-hmm.
And then your other ones like Porter Cable and others are at the low end. Where it's just to get you started, see if you like it.
Yeah, Harbor Freight's like below the low end.
Yes, it is. My God, when I broke that dadgum blade with that attach, because Harbor Freight is one that has pin blades, but they give you adapters to use unpinned blades.
Yeah.
And when you break one or lose it, such as in my case, I've never found it in my shop. Never have found it. And you go to Harbor Freight, they don't offer them.
That's stupid.
You go on, you call a company headquarters and you can't buy them.
Central Machinery.
So you're lost. You get a hold of Harbor Freight and you cannot get those. They don't sell them. And so when that gave me a real case of the red, you know what?
Red honey.
Yeah. Yes, sir. And I put that saw to the street that day.
Yep.
And that's when I got my DeWalt. I said, that's enough of that. I won't be doing that no more. But that was a good saw for me to start learning on.
See, you and Wes both say DeWalt. I say DeWalt, but that's just me.
It's DeWalt, but I call it DeWalt. It don't matter.
There's a DeWalt.
That's one of your personal preferences, as my wife says.
Yes, sir.
Out there's a DeWalt. That's right.
I'm so glad I unstacked these. I won't be saying that if 2 people want to buy one. I could have had 2 made already. But
Jason Rogers said it was a good deal that I got. He said he bought his new for $449, but it seems to have alignment issues and a shake to it.
if you bought it brand new, there should be a warranty with it.
Yes, sir. You should be a warranty. Have them fix it.
I'm going to change out this blade because it's got a weird crook in the top of it, and that's why you keep hearing that rattle when I try to clamp it. So we're going to undo that one.
How old is it now, Jason? Is it still within the warranty period?
And Lawrence says, I started with a Craftsman and it was supposed to use pen and that was going to get it for me. Yeah, some people, if they get an adapter and they only have pen blades on hand, you can knock that little pin out of there. At least on some of them, I've never used a pen blade. But I can see a benefit to them because they're not going to pop out because that pen sitting in that little cradle.
That's true, but you're limited on the cuts you can make. You can't do most of your cuts. A lot of your cuts can't be done.
Yeah,
because you got
like the big one.
That hole for that damn pin has got to be really big.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I don't know.
I have actually tapped that pin out a couple of times on some patterns. You couldn't do it, so I tapped it out. And I said, "Oh crap! I'm never going to go back to this again."
I'm going to have to.
Mimi Lord said she started with a Harbor Freight and it vibrated her to death.
Yep.
She moved up to a DeWalt, then the Excalibur now has a Pegasus.
I never got to try, but I had one. I need to do some Sharpies on the pilot holes because I'm having trouble finding the pilot holes. So anybody that was paying attention or wasn't paying attention, I had trouble finding a pilot hole, so take a rank. I'm not going to do this to every one of them because I'd be here for a while, but this helps me when I can't find the pilot hole by feel. I can look under the table with a light and look for the black dots.
I think Lawrence is going off his previous comment. He said, but got drilled bigger holes when he started with his Craftsman and it has pin blades.
Yeah, much bigger holes.
Yeah, you have to have way bigger holes. It's almost a 1/4 inch hole, at least 3/16 hole you got to drill in there to get the pins through.
Yeah.
I mean, I tried everything with that to get them into cuts like Charles says. I turned the blade sideways, every which way I could try to bend that tip so I could get that pin through the hole, and try to stick it back in the adapter to put it in. Oh man, this is ridiculous. So I was never so happy on second note is when that daggum adapter went flying across my shop. That I could never find it because I said I'll never use this saw again.
Case of the Red Hiney.
Yes, sir.
It's almost funnier saying case of the Red Hiney, but it's also funny when you say it your usual way.
Yeah.
That's not a gutter word. He says I get a case of the red ass. Yeah.
Yeah. If anybody don't know what that is, it ain't fun.
It means he's upset. I've already lost 3 subscribers. Hell, people are going to leave over off humor and a little bit of slightly naughty language.
Well, then you didn't need them in the first place.
We're not talking about major smut.
Yeah. Mac Pierce says, all I have is a 90s model Dremel. It's not something that I'd recommend to anyone. That's why I'm asking about saws.
I love Seiko, SUYCO.com.
Yep. They have a good saw, and they got some good products to go along with it.
Yeah, he's got a scroller's drill I'm hoping to get soon. It's $119. It's like a little plunger setup, but it's I don't know how it differs. I haven't seen it in person. I don't know how it differs from the Dremel plunge setup, but I think when you add up, getting the Dremel, the blah blah blah, and the plunger thingy, it comes out about the same, I think. But I'm very excited to get one because I have to use that hand drill, and that gets a little hard after a while. It's not exactly light.
It's not light, and you're trying to keep that thing straight up and down.
Yeah.
level so make your holes because you don't want to cross into something else when you're doing tiny fret work.
Yeah.
And my arm gets tired of trying to keep it straight.
Well, I have
So that would be an ideal thing.
right, but it is still heavy.
It's heavy. You know, with patterns like yours where you have umpteen thousand cuts, you know, your arm would get tired trying to drill them things. I got a drill press, but it can only reach so far.
Yeah.
And so I still end up doing all kinds of interior center cuts, drill presses on yours.
Yeah, I have a
and
drill
stuff.
press.
So
I never use it because I cut billboards. Go ahead.
yeah, the drill press doesn't really help a lot in cases like yours.
Yep. Unless you know how to make modifications, which I don't.
Yeah, well, I tend to like the patterns that you do. I like all the detail. I can't help it.
Well,
I like it too. I like to look almost as close as you can get it to the actual picture is what I like. And
yeah, I love realism.
Some people just don't want to do that many cuts. They don't, they want it,
or they don't want to spend that
a
long
lot simplified.
Yeah. And I've known that for years, but it's hard. It really is harder for me to leave out detail because I can't see it and ignore it. Bear with me, just doing pilot hole Sharpie.
I am one that, right. I know there's more out there like me that they really like the detail.
I'm going to move this blade out of the table for a second so I can use the table.
Oh, Bill, you were asking about the Excalibur versus the Pegasus and stuff like that. I think,
if she's not answering.
Right. Steve Good did a comparison video on those, I do believe. And so you can look up his videos and find out what he thought about it.
Yeah.
If that'll help you.
He goes by SD Good on YouTube as far as username, but yeah, you should be able to find it under Steve Good. He's been around a while.
Oh yeah.
He's one of my earliest friends. I don't remember how me and him connected besides me helping him on his forum, and which I've dropped the ball on that one because I haven't been to that forum in a while. I was one of the moderators, me and our friend.
It's hard to say it that way, huh?
Yeah. But I mean, I try to respect people if they're friends with somebody that I'm not fond of. But, I heard, maybe you can verify this because I might have been told an incorrect rumor. I was told one time on a show he talked about, and I don't mean to put you in the middle of something, but I was told one time on a show he talked about something to do with a thumbs down. He said, yeah, I bet CD and DG did that. CD being me, DG being Dave Gettin. But I wouldn't do that. And all due respect to him, I don't watch his shows, so I wouldn't take the time out to do that. I've never given a thumbs down for the sake of giving a thumbs down. Well, I say never, but not since I turned 13. I'm kidding. Yeah, I was told he did that on his show, and the only reason I even asked you is because you're on the panel sometimes, but that's not fair to put you in that
I don't make everyone. I don't make all of them. Sometimes I used to be on the panel every week, but now I'm not on it every week anymore.
Believe it or not, I lost Katie Dodson's friendship because of my support for the president.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Did not know that.
Well, because people misunderstood when I said not to post anti-Trump stuff on my profile. They said a couple of them thought I was saying that I didn't want to see anti-Trump stuff. No, anywhere else on Facebook, do whatever the heck you want. It's just on my profile I didn't want it. Mm-hmm. And it's weird, Russ, because this is the first time in my life I actually take it personally when somebody attacks Trump, because I won't get into that because some of these viewers are not Trump supporters, but yeah.
Yeah, let's keep this non-political.
Okay.
All right.
But have you found Jesus? I'm just kidding. That's another controversial topic for some folks. Leave it to me, by golly. It's just that one hurt because I thought she was a good friend, and I think that's silly to unfriend somebody. The only time I unfriend people is if they're rude about it. But yeah, I have a right to say what I want on my actual personal profile. But I'm not going to talk crap about her because I like her. She's a firecracker.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, she's a.
You know, she's the one that started calling me in and out, and she called me another name. Now that the reason for that name in and out is because when I had my Spectrum internet, I would be on the show for about 30 seconds to a minute, and I'd get knocked off, and it'd be because the internet was going out.
A lot of
And
red.
she kept, and I'd come back in, and she'd say, "Yeah, you're being in and out," and we call that something else. It starts with a P and ends with an S. And it's got 3 letters in the middle.
Okay.
In and out, in and out.
Kind of like a slang for a cat. Okay, I probably shouldn't have gone there. Okay, yeah.
The opposite of the cat. So
you done got me doing word games, and I'm all confused. So. Don't make me use both my brain cells. I got to scroll.
Okay, well, I'll put it to you this way: it was the male appendage.
Yeah, well, I kind of figured.
Yeah. Okay, we'll leave it at that.
Oh,
because of the in and out internet service.
I thought you meant the short version of a name for a cat.
Okay, no, the other one.
It's the opposite. The other one. All right. And that's where I lost 10 more subscribers. But by golly,
there you go. By God, if they left off because of that, you didn't need them in the first place.
I was here to learn Christian scrolling.
Sorry. I apologize. That's not an anti-Christian thing. It's a people that are snowflakes, easily offended. But that being said, I will be honest. I mean, I do try to keep it family friendly, and I'm not lecturing you. I'm just generalizing. We don't go off the rails very often here, but we do. Most of our off the rails is humor, but not necessarily language. Jason Rogers, but that's what we love about Steve's patterns. Mimi Lord says, I'm hoping I can get mine fixed. Pegasus is on the same stand. It seems like the same saw, just different color. Also, man says, thank you. I know Steve is a good site. Scrollsawworkshop.blogspot.com.
Yeah, the Pegasus and the Excalibur, they're almost the same exact saw. There's a couple of differences. I think there is, anyways, and Steve, I think Steve Good does a real good job of detailing what he likes and dislikes about the two.
Absolutely. By the way, I'm going to ask people in the chat: is anybody listening? Even if you haven't been commenting, I need somebody that knows how to do transparent PNGs, because StreamYard allows you to. By the way, if anybody's wondering why I have brown and white skin, I have vitiligo. It's no pigment on the white parts. Anyway, if anybody knows how to do transparent PNGs, you can put your own logo, like here in the corner here. For my camera, it's in the upper right. I don't know if it is on YouTube. It probably is. But I want to put my little woodenvisions.com logo either here, or the other corner. This one. Damn it, I can't get on the camera right. This corner, or that corner, or this corner. So I know some people can do it easily. I don't know anything about technology, and well, it's not technology. It's just making a transparent PNG. It would put my logo in the corner. That way I wouldn't always have to repeat my website. But if you want a whole bunch of patterns, downloadable instructional videos, mugs and t-shirts, and soon to be caps, and ebooks, and a whole bunch of patterns, go to woodenvisions.com. But if you want this specific pattern, go to woodenvisions.com/shop/warrior. All right.
Thank you.
Steve at Harnell Media says PNG is easy.
For people like him, yes. That's why I figured he was watching. I was wondering if he could help me do that. If I'll give you a nickel. I don't know what size it would need to be for to be on the screen. I'd have to get Dave Gatton's help to get it on StreamYard because I don't know how to do that. But I think it'd be cool. It'd be just a neat little look, all professional, even though I'm not professional.
Aussie Man says there's a saying in Australia: "How do you know you're offending someone? Is when your mouth is moving."
Yep. Always somebody going to be offended, I tell you what. And I'm not making light of those that get offended, but I mean, I'll be the first to admit, if I were to want a sponsor and they heard me talking about, male appendages, and I'm not aiming that at you, I'm just generalizing. And, but if I skate the line sometimes. So if I did want a sponsor for this show, I'd have to clean it up a tiny bit, but there's worse problems to have.
Steve says, just tell him the size you need.
Check Steve Nealon. If you can contact Dave Gatton, he would probably know better than I would because I don't have a clue what size I would need. Dave Gatton uses StreamYard, and he has the same membership I do. So if you don't mind checking with him, that'd be awesome. I think the LOL was the whole nickel thing. Yeah, I don't have a freaking clue what size it would need to. I just think it would look more professional. But yeah, for an example, that is why I try to stay family friendly. And again, that's not aimed at you. You just happen to be here on the panel because number one, potential sponsors down the road, but also, not everybody likes bad language.
Right.
But I mean, I'm not like, I don't want to be an iron fist about it, but every now and then I have to think of those things. But right this second, poop. That was my smut language. Okay. All right, let's get back. Do you watch football at all?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
I watch some games.
Like the Dallas Cowboy games. Every now and then I'll be watching a football game, and you can hear one of the players on the sidelines cussing.
Oh, yeah. They say F-bombs and everything else.
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, I hear that quite often. I see coaches saying it on the sidelines, mouthing the words.
Yeah, I've seen the mouthing of it. Yeah, when they show a slow-mo of a coach getting pissed.
Yeah. I laugh at it. It's funny to me, but I imagine some people.
Yeah, in the UK, pissed means drunk, but
I know. I don't know where they come up with that.
In the UK, people are just a little backwards. Love you.
They just are.
I'm just messing with them. I mean, a lot of my viewers are UK. I'm just trying to be funny. Yeah, I shouldn't have to explain myself, but I want to make sure.
Don't get offended. We're good.
Awesome Man says, cut your name out and just glue it to your camera.
That'd have to be micro-freaking-scopic. I can't cut that small. I cut big. Yeah, that's funny right there. Okay, I'm going to get on this. We're going to keep at it, by God. Are you ready to be on a panel for 20 hours? No.
No.
Find out who your friends are, by God. I'm just kidding.
I might have to call for backup and get Wesley in here for that.
He might be doing a live feed himself.
He was earlier.
Yep.
He was doing that Peaceful Meadows.
Isn't?
And I said, that thing's got my name in it. And he said, I'm afraid not. This one's for me. I said, well, I didn't mean I wanted it. I just said it's got my name in it. And I said, well, if it was named Lazy Green Meadows, I said that would really be me.
or Red Ass Meadows.
Well, yeah, but I think he's going to name one that.
Is that
my wife says I'm lazy and I got green eyes with my last name being Meadows. I said that's perfect for me.
Absolutely. Is he referring to the pheasant piece he designed?
I think that's what it was. Yeah, a bunch of cuts in it too. Yeah.
Yep, whole bunch.
Yeah.
I never made a second guess once I figured out that the thumbnail I was looking at wasn't the whole pattern because he was asking people to guess how many whatchamacallits.
I think I threw a guess in there, but I didn't stay. I had to go to find out how much it was actually.
Mimi Lord saying, but you hear it all the time on television, so what's the difference? Agreed. And Jason Rogers saying, Lord, apologize. And that's probably a reference to Larry the Cable Guy. Lord, I apologize. Get it done. Yeah, I mean, I even well, I don't want to name names, but somebody told me, man, you're a little too paranoid about the family friendly, but there it is.
Yeah.
And maybe I am.
Well,
I'm guilty.
in your case, it means something though. That's the thing. It means something as far as sponsorship goes.
Yeah.
And stuff. So nobody that, well, anybody that's not hosting the show can't I guess you can see it eventually, but if you're in the chat, you don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But when you're in the hot seat and there's money involved or something to that effect, then it makes a difference.
Yes, sir. I
got
say I'll have to anybody that wants to be on the panel, I'll just have to get them to rig up some wires to their chair, and every time they go on every time they go unfamily friendly, I'll shock them, and that'll make them cuss again, and they'll just get it.
Oh, I tell you what, if you had Patrick's Workshop on here, by God, you'd be zapping his butt all night.
Yeah, he's another one of my dang close friends, but yeah, I'd be a little nervous with him on the panel. I'm not. I wouldn't not want him on the panel, but yeah, that, and I'm pretty sure Steve Nealon's laughing right now. But God love him. I love Patrick to death, but he does sometimes have to reel himself in. He does pretty good in the chat, but he said
he does.
Yeah.
If he's on a live show, he kind of tries to tone it down, but sometimes.
And I'm giving him hell. I'm not talking smack about him. I'm giving him hell because he knows I don't give a
yeah.
If Dylan's still listening, which he usually does, he usually stays in these things. But if he's listening, he's probably laughing at that or nodding his head. It's like, hell yeah, that's Patrick. It's funny the way, and by the way, he's patricksworkshop.com, another Hernial Media website. If y'all want to check out his channel, he does a whole myriad of things. Lately, it's been 3D printing, but he does lay the work. He does all kinds of stuff.
Very good woodworker and maker.
Yeah, it's funny. There's some quirks about Patrick's personality. For some reason, Patrick can get away with it because other people, man, that guy's a a-hole. But with Patrick, people just say that's Patrick. But Patrick is nice, but he just, anybody that doesn't know him might think he's a total meanie, family-friendly words. But he's actually a very nice guy, and he's very helpful. But yeah, he has that abrasive side, but it's part of his charm. Josh Grover said, "What's his YouTube channel?" He has Scroll Saw Cafe, but he he doesn't have enough views and subscribers to do a live feed, and YouTube won't let him do it from his phone. He tried to do that, but they said he had to have more subscribers or views or something like that.
Yeah, they've been pretty picky.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's John N doing the John N is John.
I believe that Wes is kind of like me. I have only 1 2-minute video on my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
I think he's in the same thing.
Yeah, here on YouTube, I believe he goes by Scroll Saw Cafe. Pretty much everywhere, Scroll Saw Cafe.
Yeah.
But see, there's people out there that get mad if you do a show at the same time as theirs, but I'm not. It's a free community, and we all share, by golly. Mac Pierce says, since Google took over YouTube, it has really changed. Yes, sir, it has. Leonard Davis stopping in to say hi, or hey. How you doing over there? All right, I'm going to get back to scrolling. Apparently, Josh wants to leave my live feed because I'm talking too much. We love you, Josh. No, Josh used to give me crap when I talk too much. And I do talk too much sometimes. But usually it's while I'm scrolling, but sometimes I'll stop and talk. And that's bad for my intentions. I'm going to keep talking, but I need to keep scrolling while I do that.
Carry on, Sergeant.
Carry on. I'm going against my visual comfort by pulling the piece towards me instead of pushing it, but I'm trying to keep the piece right side up for the viewers, and I know some of them said whatever works for you, but I want it to be more visually appealing to people watching.
Josh Grover says, I haven't given you crap since we talked.
I'm just messing with you, buddy. You can give me some crap. I'm all for it. Just you've been good, and I didn't.
Just a little bit of crap is good.
Yeah, so people
But too
know
much
I
crap is
didn't
not.
play into him. I just made a sentence, and he immediately owned up to it, and blah blah blah. I'm just messing with you, Josh, because that's what we do. There's Patrick's workshop. I'm here, sitting here minding my business, and I feel the hair on. I feel the hair on my neck stand up, and I get the feeling someone is talking crap about me. I'm guessing, no, we were actually praising.
We were telling how much we love you. That's all.
We were actually praising you. We're just. I guarantee that he was either in the MMN or he got a message from somebody. Hey, we love you, Patrick. I think Charles and Josh actually like Josh a lot. We just give each other crap. In the beginning,
it's all in good fun
for me, but yeah, I got over it. Yeah,
it's all in good fun. That's
Patrick,
all it is.
You know better. You're one of my closest friends, but yeah, we were talking about you, but it was 99% complimentary.
Yes, sir. And I started it, so don't blame Charles.
Yeah,
blame me.
Yeah, blame Russ.
I got enough butt sitting in this chair, and I can take it.
I don't have hardly any butt, but I can take it too. So I'm sitting there minding my own business. That's funny. That's so funny.
I'm gonna have to get into that Makers Media Network group.
Yep. For what it's worth, this is to anybody. It's makersmedianetwork.com. It is a application-based thing, but it doesn't cost you to apply. I don't think. It didn't when I was doing it. It's not iron-fisted. It's basically a network of people that are makers, hence the name Makers Media Network. They support each other. They help each other. And I don't know the terminology for a commercial for it, but bunch of good people in there.
Yeah. I've been seeing them talking about that group and stuff, and I'm in so daggum many groups now that I need to get out of some of them because I don't really go into them as much.
Yeah, I keep talking about sponsors and this and that, but technically Hardnail Media sponsors me, but I don't want to use the word but. It's not a paying gig, but it doesn't have to be.
Mm-hmm.
I've been failing to mention them as a sponsor. Hardnail Media is who does my website.
Yeah.
But I mentioned my website, woodenvisions.com. Has Patrick commented back yet?
No, not yet.
Yeah.
Josh Grover tells John, he said it's a dysfunctional family relationship that you and he have.
Yep. I haven't hung out with Patrick in a long time. That's on me. I started doing these live feeds. I almost haven't socialized at all with people except for in these live feeds.
Right.
So I try to catch up with Patrick every now and then just to reassure him he's still one of my closest friends. He may not admit to that, but he is. Love you, Patrick.
I don't know who this is. Gun or Engine 200?
Oh, he's been here before. I don't remember his name, but he's been here before. Oh, I'll let you read it. Sorry, I'm supposed to keep scrolling. Go ahead.
He said, I watched your video on past scroll-saw projects you did. Some images were great, some are awesome, and some were powerful. Hope you do another vid of new work you have done.
And some were what? What was that last part? Some were what?
Well, let me go through all. I said some are great, some are awesome, and some are powerful.
Powerful. Okay.
Hope you do another vid of new work that you've done.
I do need to, but at the risk of sounding like a smart butt, any projects I've done since that last video, I've been doing on live feeds. So I don't know when I'll put another project video out, but I could just fast forward one of these and throw it on there for those that want to sit through 10.5 hour live feeds. So in that case, I'd have 29. Well, not 29, because I could put all the ones that took more than one live feed to finish. I could put into one video and just do it and fast forward for those that don't want to sit through these things live. But I'd have a lot of editing to do for those times where I sit and talk. But it's worse/better when I'm the only one here and I have to read the comments and questions. It's not an inconvenience. It just makes me scroll slower, obviously, because I can't scroll and look at the comments and questions.
Gotcha.
But that's not a complaint, because I like interacting. But it could be a turnoff for some viewers that want me to get it over with. Now look how much faster I'm scrolling than I was earlier. You bet your butt. And what part of why I laughed at what Patrick was saying, I was sitting here minding my own business. In my head, I know Josh was going to say you're hearing voices, but I heard how how he was saying it in my head, and that's part of why I laughed.
Yeah.
So
Josh Grover says.
Go ahead.
God, Josh says you would sound funny and fast forward.
Well, funnier. Because with all the voices I do. No, but when when you do fast forward, I have a lot of fast forward videos. Otherwise, I'd have hour-long projects because of how detailed they are. But I always take the audio out and put music and text if there's any information I want to relay. And thank you, by the way. What was the name? InGun 200. Thank you for the compliment.
I think it's either Engine or InGun. I don't know which.
And I'm most definitely not greedy for a sponsor, or I'd be emailing a whole bunch of them. But I'm actually not good at finding sponsors because, and at the risk of sounding arrogant, I'd rather they come to me because that would show their interest right off the bat. And then I determine whether or not I want to mess with them. Well, that was a bad way of putting it. Whether or not it will be beneficial to both parties. But, so there's that. A sponsor would be nice. It helps. Go ahead.
Mac Pierce says, Charles the Chipmunk, laugh out loud.
Yeah. You
mentioned you get him in that Pakistani voice and then fast forward it.
I'd be talking like this. really faster. Yeah. I can barely do it normal speed. No, I'm kidding. That's my second language over here.
Yeah, Lawrence sounds like the Chipmunks.
Yep. So I'm sitting there minding my own business. If I had had less sleep, that probably would have cracked me up. It would have been one of those crying, laughing things.
You know what? It was funny. It still was funny. I said, "Oh Lord, here it comes."
Yeah, I need to tighten up the crane. That's why it keeps swinging like that. Whoops. Not much hand room in there to tighten it. Don't go there. Not much hand room in there.
All right, Charles. Family friendly.
Golly, you're so hard. That's
why
Iron fisted. Sorry. Is that staying clear or is that pulsating? Yeah.
It's clear for me right now.
Josh Grover says, so Charles, you never said in the beginning why you were putting the half-inch frame around it. To be more clear, it's a half-inch border, and the only reason I'm correcting that is so people don't misunderstand. That is so if it ever does get framed, it gives something that for that frame to grip, basically. Hopefully that makes sense. It gives it some kind of border for putting a frame around it that we could still hold it but not cover any of the detail. So that's why I do that. All right, Mac Pierce says clear so far. Leonard Davis says clear, and Russ is on a phone call. And so there's that. I'm going to text my wife right quick, say, love you. Sorry it's so quiet. Do y'all want me to babble? Because I'll do it. Don't you get me started. Oh, actually, anytime I have a square or rectangular picture, I'll do that. I think the last time I did it on a live feed was the Woody and Buzz Lightyear. Had a frame around it. Every now and then I'll go a little smaller, maybe a 1/4 inch border, but it's more stable with a, especially if it has no background around the piece. It'll have a 1/2 inch border.
And just in case you're liable to want to put that in a frame, it makes it a lot easier to do it that way, I would think.
Yes, so that's what I was saying. That it gives that frame something to hold on to, or the rabbit,
Yes.
and all that. All right, rabbit. Sorry, that's fun to say. Is anybody watching that did not get to see the finished Star Wars character, the ATST or whatever you call it? Because I have it right over here if y'all want to see that one that got done already. How dare Russ take a phone call when he had supposed to be interrupt what you were saying? Yeah, I would have to take this off the table to show you that piece that I finished. That way you'd have the contrast to look at. But did everybody get to see that? Then again, if you go back to the live feed from yesterday, you could just watch the end of it and you'll see it. So disregard that. Okay, so
some people have their nerve, you know.
I hear you. Josh Grover says, I love the eyes. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, I don't know what it is, Russ, but something about this piece, it really does show personality to me. Those eyes, he looks like a warrior. So this is one of those patterns that I'm just plumb tickled with. Go ahead.
That along those same lines, I felt the same way when you did the Harley Quinn.
Really?
As far as I was concerned, to me, you almost could have just stopped after doing the daggum eyes. I liked it that much, just through the eyes. And matter of how good the rest of it was, the eyes brought it out to me, and that's the first thing I saw you do, and I said, "My God, that's going to be a beautiful portrait."
It was so seductive. I know. That, by the way, folks, what he's talking about, she is a good-looking thing. This was the Margot Robbie version, by the way.
Right.
What was I going to say? Oh, my first live feed a long time ago. It was. I'm going to move the camera here out because I'm going to go ahead and show that piece from last night. Right now you're not seeing it. You're seeing the laptop, but I have to adjust this crane with clamps, so bear with me. Yeah, that was my first long live stream. It was 7 hours, 40-something minutes. And I beat that a few days ago with the 10-hour live feed. 10.5 hour. Okay, let me get this thing over here. And take that clamp off. That is 27 inches tall. I'll scan up and down.
That's a damn nice portrait.
Thank you, sir. I still need to do one of those 4-legged ones. I believe they're called AT-ATs. AT-AT. But that one was a booger. There was a lot of detail on that one.
Yes, sir. It sure is.
All right. So y'all bear with me while I reset the crap. Yeah, I need to. The reason why I have to use clamps is because even though the bolts have dug into the wood of the wooden crane, they've rounded out the holes that they're in. So I don't know how to make it bite when I tighten it down. Unless they make some kind of washer with spikes in it that will, I don't know. But there's wing nuts on one end and a hex head on the other. But I'm not very mechanical.
Dustin Amy's asking how much you want for it. I think he can message you privately for that.
Sure, I prefer private messaging for sales. conversation. No offense, Russ. I mean, Wes. God bless America. Dustin. What are you people? Yeah, anything having to do
my
with now
God.
to be done privately, just so I can, keep that kind of stuff off the live feeds. But I can say that pieces that are large and that take a while aren't cheap, and I'm not saying that to be arrogant. It's just
Well, Dustin said he wants one.
message me privately, sir, on Facebook. And thank you very much.
Anthony Campbell's back.
Hello, Anthony. How are you being? Oh, that's good. That's good. Very good. Yeah. I went from Pakistani to German. Very good. Yeah. Oh, that's very good. Very good. Yeah. Get out of my store. Hopefully there's not any people listening thinking, oh, he's racist. No, it's called comedy, people. Good Lord on a stick. See,
here's somebody is explaining that engine 200.
Oh.
Explaining it is derived from a job I used to do. I used to make pallets. Engine refers to, nail gun. Okay. Just sorting in nail end gun. Okay, I got you.
That's sweet.
200 is the most pallets I ever made in a day.
I don't know what the 18 means. But,
I don't either.
That's a lot of pallets. Take a drink.
That's all. Ooh. Yes, sir. I think I need one after that. Take a drink.
Don't do it. Damn it.
You almost had me.
John M. says, Rabu. What was the take a drink for? Oh, you can take a drink if you want to anyway. Jalapeno on a stick.
Well, I heard you say it, take a drink. I didn't see that it was written there, so I took a drink.
Well, no, yeah. Lawrence said take a drink. I don't even know why I said it. Did I break something? Okay, let me get this back on here. Did I break something?
Jalapeno on a stick.
I break so much crap. I maybe he had to tell me I broke something. Don't get excited, Josh. Just take a drink anyway, by God, because I'm about to take one, because it's what I do. But we are going to get back to scrolling, I promise. I just got to set the camera up after I get this fed in here.
Mac and Josh both said quack, quack. So, I mean, take a drink. Mac Pierce says moo. That's so passe. We're through with that one.
Well, Mac Pierce is the moo king.
I'm sorry.
Dustin, and even though you can answer it in here, I'd prefer you go to Messenger, Dustin, and message me which piece you're wanting, and we can discuss pricing, sir. And thank you very much, because every little bit helps. Oh,
Lawrence Aldridge trying a new one. Woof.
Yep. And we get oink, oink, all kinds of crap. Josh Grover says, I did. Oh, he did drink. Okay. Well, I actually kept up with that one. Okay. Are we focusing in and out, or do I need to get closer? Oh, God bless America. Yeah.
I'm good with that so far.
Okay.
We'll see if you start moving. I think we'll see if it focuses out. But right now it looks okay. Perfect.
Yay. It's funny. He said, you said, God bless America. Now I don't remember what I was asking, what he said in relation to what. So just don't worry about me. I have issues. Looks great, said John N. Thank you, sir.
You've almost got this cut to the point now where you can really see what it's going to be.
Absolutely. That's why I start with the face, because, the hairs might be cool, but it looks like a person when I cut the face out, if I ever shut up and cut it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's some good water.
Josh asks, is your Dr. Pepper laced with something?
No, I'm laced with life.
He's high on life. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, sadly, I don't want to say sadly. I can't blame it on alcohol or drugs. I really do love these live feeds. It keeps me in a good mood, and I'd rather be funny than be a butt nugget. And that's not aimed at you. It's just me generalizing. Because when you try to be funny around young kids, they don't have a filter. You're weird. Yeah, but I'm not mean. Well, I am mean if you disrespect me, I tell you what. But yeah, let me get back to cutting here after I light me a stogie, because I like to stall. We have 17 viewers. I appreciate you. If you have any comments or questions, y'all let me know. And Dr. Pepper has a lot of bubbles in it. But that's okay. I'm a professional. but I'm not one of these Southern people that calls every soda Coke. I call it by name because I don't want a Coca-Cola. I want a Dr. Pepper. Some people call it soda water. Up north, they call it pop, which is just plumb funny.
Yeah, that's really funny.
Yeah. And the irony of me saying plum when I said that made me sound like a hick. That's plumb funny, no, get out, I tell you what.
Mac Pierce says, Charles, these live feeds really do a lot for a person's mood. You've kept me laughing all through the holidays this year.
I appreciate that, sir. I know I've said it before, but this really does a lot for me too. I don't remember the last time I was in a bad mood, except for when I wasn't on the live feed. There's been a couple live feeds where I was a little bummed, like when I thought I wasn't going to be able to see my daughter for Christmas. I was pretty bummed on that live feed, but I perked up.
Lawrence Aldridge asked, do you run your saw at full speed for these patterns?
Sir. I always do my saw full speed. Because, and I'm not, why do I always preface everything I'm saying? Because people know I'm not arrogant. I think they know that. The reason why I do it all the way up is because this blade will not cut where I don't steer it. And it won't jump all over the board. If that makes any sense. Because some people are afraid to turn the speed up. But the way I see it is if you cut slower, you could still make a mistake. You're just making the mistake slower. That's not to say don't cut slow. Just whatever works for you. But I don't know if I've ever shown anybody on one of these live feeds, but watch this. That's all the way down. It's practically off. But that is actually the lowest speed. Look how slow that is.
And if you look at that while you're doing that, you can actually see that arm looks like straight when it's going up and down. It doesn't. And when you're going at high speed, it looks like it's wavy.
Yeah. So this is the way the arm actually looks. It's just picture it faster. But it goes up to 1,700 RPM. This is practically off. It almost wants to go off when you're down that low.
Yeah, when you kick it up into high gear, that arm looks like it's wavy when you're cutting.
Yeah.
There he goes. It's wavy now.
It's a much smoother. I know. Yeah, it's a smoother there.
Yeah, it's what Charles is saying. He runs it at top speed, but it really doesn't matter because it only goes as fast as you push the wood into it. So it doesn't make any difference to him.
Absolutely. And Josh Grover saying it's fun how we can all have fun from all around the world over scrolling. Exactly. And it sounds like I'm a suck up towards viewers, but it wouldn't be as fun and it wouldn't mean as much without the viewers, so it is what it is. We're 4 hours in and I've only done part of the face, but hey, we have fun. So I'm glad if I got paid per cut, it'd take me a while to get paid. Josh Grover. Oh, he already read that, Johnny. And if you really want to laugh, check out the feed where Charles loses it. Which one? No, when I thought the internet was gone, and I said, "You're me." That was pretty dang funny. And I was laying in bed napping after that, or trying to nap, and I cracked up for 10 minutes laying there by myself. I'm usually in bed by myself, if we're being honest. Just kidding. Anthony Campbell, just being curious, did we ever get a count on the cuts? Yes, it was 294. I see.
I'm the winner.
Yeah. I looked over and saw Russ. I can see a little thumbnail of Russ, and he was waving his hands like, people can't see you. He's raising his hand. I won. Two people were within 8, and Russ was within 5. So he won. Okay, so let's get back to it. Yeah, I love it when I lose it. I mean, I don't try to lose it, but I think that adds to the fun because I can't watch somebody else crack up without cracking up myself. That's why I wish whenever I lose it, I wish I could see on video people's reactions to me losing it. But I got to say, Russ, you were the only one that didn't laugh as hard until you knew why we were cracking up in that Lee Knighton video. everybody,
yeah.
like my family doesn't know him, but they were cracking up right along with me. To me, laughing is just addictive.
Mm-hmm.
So is yawning, but that's not near as funny.
No, but that's true. It does. It is addictive.
Have you ever tried to stifle a yawn and it makes your
Can't.
tremble,
Can't.
your lip, your chin? I can't.
You can't do it.
Nope. Only 100, Anthony, but I did neglect 2 pilot holes so far.
Max says, Charles, why do you think I'm always trying to make you lose it?
Because it's so dang entertaining.
Yeah.
That's why
Well,
you always hear me saying nice try, because that's why they start saying moo in there. I don't remember what started making me start saying moo. I remember Tim Turner has a cat named Moo, but something made me say moo, and he said my cat looks at the screen every time you do that because his name is Moo.
it's funny.
And I was in such a goofy mood, I kept just talking in a sentence like this, and then I go moo, and I crack myself up because that's what I do. All right, I'm going to keep scrolling as I talk. That's what I said earlier, but I really am. Go ahead.
Mimi Lordas says, I actually look forward to your live feed. It makes my night.
Thank you so much. That means the world. I mean, so many people saying that makes me wonder why I'm losing so many subscribers. Because everybody that stays here and hangs out has fun. So I don't understand why I'm losing subscribers. And I keep talking about that. You would think I'm obsessed with it. I'm obsessed with logic. I like logic to explain why I'm losing so many subscribers, you know?
Yeah.
Because I know I'm not going to be able to make a living off YouTube like PewDiePie and all these other YouTubers that have, even Bob Claggett. I like to make stuff. He has over 1 million subscribers. Like, how the hell? Of course, he probably doesn't. He probably doesn't talk the kind of crap we talk about, but
I don't know. Maybe they try to be more professional and just get in and out and get done what they need to get done.
I tried.
I don't like it like that.
I tried professional once, but if people wanted to learn to scroll and laugh at the same time, by God, I'm your guy. Y'all pass that around so I can get rich off of YouTube.
Excuse me.
I'd buy that for $1.
Yeah.
No, they
Leonard Davis says,
go ahead.
Leonard Davis says, so many things I should do, but I'd rather be here.
Oh, diddly.
Yeah, man. Don't that just flatten your head up? Ooh.
Yeah, it's like my brother died yesterday. We need to bury him, but I want to be here.
Yeah. Anthony Campbell, they just don't know.
Go ahead.
And Anthony Campbell said they just don't know what good company is when they're in it.
By God. Or unless they're in an etiquette class or something.
Josh Grover says it's YouTube algorithm that keeps taking your subscribers.
I want to believe that, but I don't know anybody else that's lost 20 plus subscribers.
I have no idea. No idea.
And it's funny. I do sound contradictory saying I'm not that worried about how many subscribers I have. It's the trend of losing them that concerns me. But I always talk and contradict myself when I refer to subscribers. I mean, yes, I want to. Right. I mean, there are people who can make a living on YouTube. So, yeah, if I want to call that a goal, then guilty as charged. But it's not the reason why I do this. I have fun doing this. We made that clear. But, yeah.
Anthony Campbell said they would rather listen to those videos with that dang elevator music crap going on.
I can't say too much because Wes used to do live feeds with elevator music. And I said, dude, how do you do that? I'd fall asleep.
He likes that classical music, though.
Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say. I got so many.
Well, you know, with the classical music in the background, I don't think that YouTube will flag him for his music because hell, none of them knows what those songs are anyway.
Well, Facebook flags him all the time for music, so he has to do it in silence now. Sadly, I mean, I'd be listening to music if I didn't talk so much, but I talk. I'd probably.
Josh Grover says, scroll, laugh, and get drunk all in one spot.
Heck yeah! We'll see what else we get into eventually. Go ahead, Herb Hooper.
Hope Rupert says, that's me. I look forward to seeing these live streams. I'm afraid I'm going to miss something funny again.
So, see, that's when it comes out. I'm not here for the scrolling. I'm here for when he loses it and says stupid stuff. I'm kidding, Herb.
That's pretty funny.
Yes, sir, it is. But yeah, you were mentioning earlier about my brother, or somebody was. We are always competing to make people laugh, but we don't go at it viciously on these live streams. But when there's no filter and we're like in a crowd of people, me and him are constantly trying to make people laugh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can tell the difference between the two of you when you talk. When he talks, I can tell his voice is a little different from yours, so I can tell the two of you apart. But looking at you, it's a little tough to tell.
Well, he has the longer, skinnier beard.
I noticed that, but if y'all were both clean shaven, it would be damn hard for me to tell which one of you is which. Until I heard him talk.
I look so horrible without a beard.
Well, hell, you don't look much better with one.
Well, I know, but the lesser of two evils. See how I didn't get hurt by that?
I'm glad.
It's the lesser of two evils because I have vitiligo on my chin as well, and that's why my facial hair is white.
Mm-hmm.
But it sticks out like neon when I shave off my beard. That's why I keep a beard. A lot of people don't know this, and I'm not trying to be funny, but I also have cleft lip and cleft palate. But most people that have that don't get speech therapy. Soon they come like this. It's kind of nasally. I had speech therapy growing up, thank God. So that's why a lot of, other than the fact that my nose is slightly crooked and my lip has a notch in it, most people don't know I have cleft lip, or if they do, they haven't said anything. But yeah, so there's that. What else was I going to say? I don't know what the hell I was going to say.
If I talk like this, people be watching all the time. I tell you what, my God, listen to that guy talk over. Go ahead.
Well, I tell you what, you get a whole bunch more redneck viewers.
By God, or just people entertained. I mean, that's what pisses me off. Here I am doing something. Okay, I'm going to sound really arrogant here, but it's sort of in sarcasm. I'm doing something a lot of people can't do, and you don't see wooden pictures very often. But freaking Honey Boo Boo is a freaking star. That is the kind of crap that pisses me off about the U.S. They'll make a star out of a train wreck like Honey Boo Boo, and I'm sitting here eating cardboard and getting splinters and crying and trying to be funny. And Honey Boo Boo, just a fat little train wreck. I didn't know what to say, so it got awkward real quick. Anyways, I'll let you get back to comments if you so choose. I need to scroll. Honey Boo Boo, kiss my ass.
Yeah. Josh Grover is saying he thinks this would be cool if you stopped and left it just like it is now. That's what I was saying too. Pretty much on the same edge. And once you got that face done, it's really gonna look good.
Well, if I thought somebody would buy this as is, hey, I'll do that.
They might do it just so they can finish it, but
well, did you hear the news story? That's another thing I hate. It's kind of comparable to Honey Boo Boo versus what I'm doing. And I know I sound arrogant when I say this, but damn it. But a guy recently made and I'm not exaggerating, somebody sold, and I know you probably saw this in the news, this guy had a freaking banana taped to a wall with duct tape. It sold for $120,000.
No, I never saw that.
I'm going to puke on a piece of wood and call it a nuclear chicken, and I'll be rich. Like, God almighty, what people call art, I want you to be able to tell what it is when you look at it. I don't want you to have to figure it out.
Oh, you say it's at the discretion of the viewer. They decide what it is.
No, it's a freaking Indian. It's not a freaking nuclear chicken banana with duct tape. That's stupid. Don't get me started. Oh, and another thing before you get back to the comments. Remember when that Golden Voice guy came out? He was some homeless guy on the side of the road with a cardboard sign. And what pissed me off about that, God love anybody that gets off of something. But what about those of us, you hear about karma. I know I'm going off on a tangent, but this pissed me off at the time. And you can call it jealousy, guilty as charged. But what about those of us that didn't destroy our family because of alcohol? Those that didn't destroy our family because of drugs? Why aren't we getting rewarded by karma? No, some guy on the side of the road that screwed up his whole family. He can talk like this. Oh, kiss my go to hell. I got all kinds of voices. Dang it, I could be doing cartoons or. I don't know what the hell.
All right, you ready for me to get back to it?
Yeah, I'm gonna talk like this from here on out. So y'all get on going and start me barrel. Go on with yourself, bruh.
Mac Pierce says Russ Cliff is the handsome one. Charles is the pretty one.
Huh? I'm stone ass ugly for being honest, but thank you.
Herb Hooper, on a serious note, I'm learning a lot from Charles and other people.
I'm much obliged, sir. I'm taking you seriously. I'm just trying to be funny. Go on.
Austin Man says, what the hell is a honey boo boo? A bee hitting your windscreen?
Well, something like that. She needs to get hit in the screen with a 2x4. Boy, that woman, and Mama June is a train wreck on steroids. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, well, Josh told him good one, Austin Man.
Yeah, look.
Yeah, that honey boo boo. I have never understood why they put something like that on TV. What sucks
about it? They'll make a reality show out of anything, and it's always 9 times out of 10, it's a freaking train wreck. People don't realize they're being made stars off of being complete losers.
Yeah, they are, but they're making money, so they really don't care.
Yeah, I say that, but here, if I'm talking like this and it gets me rich, I'll do it. Y'all call all them producers. And I tell you what, I'm going to sit here and cut stuff. Looky here, I may talk eggernet. I can't say the word eggernet, but what am I doing? I'm doing right here. But I make me here some pretty pictures out of wood, you know what I'm saying? So that's what we got here going on. And I know I'm talking a lot because I want to be funny. But see, I should ought to be able to talk like this, do pretty pictures, and I should be richer than some fat little toddler tiara kind of girl with a mom that don't know nothing. And they all back and forth in therapy and stuff. I need therapy, but I don't want it. Go ahead. I need to breathe. I need to breathe now.
My God, you got the premise of a new show right there.
Yeah, right there. We call it Scrolling with Bubba. Or Buford.
Yeah, that sounds like a winner.
Well, thank you. We sure much obliged. Honey boo. Go ahead.
Starting to go out of focus a little bit. Yeah.
See, I can't work on my stuff if y'all actually want to see it. I'm just kidding. All right. So I'm going to get on back over there. Go ahead.
Josh Grover says scrolling is our therapy.
Yeah, and I need therapy.
You know what? That's kind of a funny thing with me because as a mailman, I had about 4 or 5 woodworkers on my route the last route that I had before I retired.
Yeah.
And one day I happened to be driving out and I saw one of the guys had his shop open. He was in his garage. And so I knew he did something with wood. I didn't know what it was. So I pulled my truck up in there, got out, shut the door, locked it, walked in the man's garage. Hadn't never met him yet. But well, I talked to him a little bit, and he started telling me, woodworking. He was making some horses for little kids for Christmas. He donated them, and I asked him. He showed me what he was doing. It was gorgeous pieces, and he said, "Yeah, this is my therapy." I said, "Oh, I'm talking to some crazy guy. What the hell is this? I'd never heard that before." And this woodworking is my therapy. And I said, damn, this guy must be nuts. You know, he has to have some therapy, and this is what he does. And so a little while later, I talked to another one on the route that was a cabinet maker. And yeah, this is my therapy. I said, holy crap, that's the second time I heard that. And he said, yeah, that's what we say. This is what we do to relax.
Yes,
and I said, oh, shit, that means you're not crazy as hell. I was worried about the guy was nuts or something. Till I figured out what the hell that actually meant.
This here is my therapy, but I do need therapy. That's what my sister told me. I mean, my wife. I met my sister wife at a family reunion. Apparently, my dad Buford didn't want us. I don't know why, because we're pretty special. But my sister wife said that Daddy don't want to admit that he's my daddy, so I went and met my other sister, and I can't talk no more about that because it's not family friendly. But my family's friendly except my daddy. I'm just kidding. This is all an act. I love my daddy, but go ahead.
Yeah, Mimi says, who needs cable with these live streams? And
Exactly,
Josh
man.
says, right on, Mimi.
I can't afford no cable. We got some rabbit ears out there with aluminum foil on it, but the rabbit won't sit still. It looks kind of funny too, but
When he gets loose, it's hard to catch him too.
yeah, that rabbit there's name was Penelope, and what we like about Penelope is she makes them little chocolate chips. It makes them cookies taste right nice. Cause my my sister my sister wife sits there and makes them, and she won't let me have none. But, and other day, I don't know what it was, but what my sister wife was doing. Her name is Ethel. No, Ethel's not a good enough name. Her name's Mary Beth Sue, and she was eating raisins, and she wouldn't let me have none. So I wanted to get me some, and I said, "Mary Beth Sue, where'd you get them raisins?" And she said, "Off the dog."
Yeah,
Hey, you heard that one?
I heard that.
Well, she ain't told me. I had to find out, but the dog wouldn't sit still. But he had a lot of raisins, but that rabbit Penelope had some of them there chocolate chips. Them was nice. But he didn't give them up. You had to squeeze of them.
Hey, come on a minute. Wait a minute.
They made all kinds of racket when you squeeze of them. Get them there chocolate chips. They kind of squeal, go wee, something like that. And it's like, what? They're looking at me like, what for you done that? But I wanted me some chocolate chips, and that's what you got to do. And some of them are little.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Let me get a word in.
I weren't done with my cookies yet, but they some of them are a little chewy, but once that rabbit gets to letting go of, sometimes she piddles when you're getting it from her, and then she goes that when you squeeze her. But there's some good cookies if you get them. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I might have talked a little bit fast.
Josh Grover said, if the chipmunk keeps going, I'm going to have to get the shotgun out. And John N says, Russ is about to pee himself. And John, you're pretty damn close.
I am.
Josh Grover said, Russ, don't fall off your seat.
They're supposed to be saying that they're falling off their seat because I want this scrolling with Bubba to be a trend. But if y'all ain't falling off y'all seat and Russ is the only one entertained, I'll just go back to being mature. I'm sure I got more stories about my sister wife, I'm sure.
I really like that peeing out, getting the pellets. That was funny.
No, them chocolate chips.
Leonard Davis said, I need to catch my breath.
Oh,
you're right. Let me take a little swig here.
Well, I appreciate you. Some people out there will say that, well, I'm trying to be family friendly while I'm being funny. Do you know what I mean when I talk about floating an air biscuit? A blast of beans there.
Yes, sir.
Some people out there say that most people think their own bean blast that they don't smell all that bad. Have you ever heard that?
I've heard that. I've even said that.
I've heard that, but I've been there when I've had me a bean blast, and I think I might have irked a little in my mouth when I smelled of it because it smells. It smells like Satan. I can't even explain it. It's just the worst smell in the world. What kind of idiot thinks there's smoke? Wait.
Stop it, Joe.
What kind of idiot? I will tell
Stop
you this.
It, Bubba.
Well, I will tell you this though. You don't want to Well, I can say fart. It's not a cuss word. You don't want to fart sitting down because it comes right up at your nose holes there. And it does smell pretty profuse. It'll make you want to get you some chocolate chips from the rabbit to wash it down. Go ahead. Hurry. I'm
Herb
plumb.
Hooper says, "Oh God, stop, please."
I can't do that. It's what I
Josh
do.
Grover says, "I can't drink. I'm laughing too much." And John says, "Is Russ okay over there?" I don't
Well,
know. My stomach's hurting from laughing too much.
I can get a little bit of entertainment by having old Russ there on the screen with us there. You sit there and say there's folks out there. So now you can't hide it. Don't you dare try to drink while I'm sitting here funning, all right?
Leonard Davis says it burns. I don't know if he's talking about an air biscuit or he's
Well,
laughing. I don't know what.
it burns. We got this here elixir. We got that. We got we got that from the cat. See, we get the chocolate chips from Penelope the rabbit, and the dog. Dog's name is Get Out of Here, and you get the raisins from the dog from the cats wherefore you get that stuff that burns. You get that and it'll clear it right up. I mean but it don't smell right nice.
Oh God.
Y'all let me know, those of you loyal viewers, y'all let me know if you want me to keep doing live stream talking like this. Because I'll do my best, but I don't know if it's good or bad, but everything I'm coming up with here, like Penelope and them their chocolate chips and the elixirs from the cat, I'm making it up as I go. Sometimes they win, sometimes they don't. But y'all let me know if you don't want me to keep talking like this or you don't want me to get all sirs. So I can't get sirs very often, but I'll try because my sister wife, sorry, uh, my mama, grandma, whatever. Yeah, I can't think of nothing. So y'all let me know.
John said, "Yes, please."
Yes,
Let
please.
me
What? Keep doing it.
say like this.
All right. Well, y'all have to
Say
ask
like
me.
Bubba.
Y'all have to
Aussie
ask.
man.
Y'all
Aussie man said, "Talking like what?"
like this here. Like I don't know. Should we go with Bubba or Buford or what are we gonna do? What are we gonna call me? But it has to be
Bubba.
family friendly though, Bubba. All right. Well,
Bubba.
Bubba's. Um, I don't know how to say this. I gotta go. I got. What was I gonna say? I got a powerful urge to urinate, so I'm gonna go out front, out back there, and I'm gonna go drain the main
Oh,
vein to make my bladder glitter. All right, y'all mind for 30
well,
seconds or so?
before you go, hold it a minute. The next
I ain't
time,
supposed to do that. But hold it ain't family friendly.
the next time we hear about a chemical spill in Texas, we'll know it was just Bubba farting again.
No, it
That
was
was
my
some.
it was my
That was,
truck. I swear.
that was Mac Pierce told you that.
Mike Pierce, he's one of my most mature friends out there. But I'm gonna go out there and drain my main vein, make my bladder glitter. All right, y'all sit there a second and y'all talk amongst yourselves.
Her back, you hear?
All
Come
right,
on.
I'll do my darndest. But you talk funny. I tell you what, I try not to tell people that, but you talk a little funny there, sir. But I'll be right back. Y'all look at here, this here engine. All right, I'll be right back.
Oh, sounds like who needs a shot of whiskey to get rid of that frog? Is that him or me?
I ain't gone yet. I was waiting to see if y'all
Oh
talk some
hell, I
smack.
thought you were
I was waiting
gone.
to see if y'all talk smack. That's what I was doing. I caught you right in the middle of it. Caught you purple handed. I'll be right back. Don't really. I don't want to. I don't want to sprinkle in my seat there. Be right back.
John, you want to call him Mabel? Sound more like a Bubba to me. Can y'all listen? Putting up a whole show as many hours as he does, talking like that. I don't know. When he talked about squeezing the pellets at the oh man, that really got to me. Oh. What y'all think? smack? What is smack? You lost it there? Imagine come on camera so we can see you laughing. I hate to be the only one. Oh, that would be great. I'd love to see him get Wes going. Hello, everybody. This is why we keep coming back. Yeah, I like it's fun. It's entertaining as all get out. It's fun. He's back.
What
Well,
did I
quit talking
miss?
about him now.
What did I miss?
They said that you ought to talk like that when Wes is on.
Yeah, I sure ought to do that. But I think what I'm going to start doing on the titles of these here things, I'm going to call it live stream number such and such, like I did on this one. And then we'll call it Scrolling with Bubba.
Go hide. Here he comes.
No, but I did find out there cats don't like to be peed on. Looked at me funny like, what in the hell's wrong with you? But I had to pee and he's sitting there.
Anthony Campbell says it sure beats the crap out of what they call TV nowadays.
I expect it should. All right. So,
Everybody here getting a little laughter therapy today.
well, I appreciate you. Y'all bear with me a second here.
Bubba strikes again.
Yeah, Bubba's here for a while. Yeah, I bet y'all ain't knowed I had a dummy.
That's the one. I don't know how you can scroll with two hands and still have your hand up a dummy's butt.
No. Y'all ain't met him yet.
Oh.
This here's Bubba Joe. Here's my... That didn't go over.
That's the only tooth you got in your mouth, huh?
Yeah, that didn't go as well as I thought it would because I couldn't think of nothing to say once I brought Bubba Joe in, or Bobby, whatever I said his name was. I can't remember. But I'm a ventriloquist. See, his lips ain't moving.
Charles, make sure that cat don't have a white stripe down its back before you wet it.
Well, a little late for that.
Leonard Davis says he's got to go. His wife's home from work. He's got to go back to being an adult.
Oh, man, what's an adult?
Mac Pierce says that's Billy Bob Bubba.
Billy Bob Bubba Joe Jean. By God. Who's in there? What are y'all doing in there? Get out of there. Y'all need to get out of there. I need... What? What are y'all doing in there? Who's over there? Ow. Really? Did you see what he just did to me?
I smacked him.
Who's in there? I can hear you amongst the critters. You see what he did? What? Oh, we're on a show? Hi, Mom. We need to... What? Oh, we're doing a live stream. Hi. I don't know what else to say, so I'm gonna go back to scrolling. And Steve Good's gonna come on here and say, "My God, what has he turned into?" I need bigger fingers to do better faces. We could have us a finger puppet show.
Scroll on.
Poor Leonard, man, that was the last time Leonard ever got to have fun. See, I want to keep doing the Bubba voice, but I can't think of enough material.
Oh, lost it.
Honey, I shrunk the Charlie. Hey, I have more teeth than Charlie does. Okay. So you, what was my name again? Bubba Joe, Gene, Bobby. I don't remember. I'm gonna go
Billy
now.
Bob Bubba.
Billy Bob, Bubba Joe, something like that. I'm gonna go now because I can't think of nothing else to say. So we're gonna scroll. Okay.
Austin Man says, and you said you don't drink. What the hell was in that Pepsi?
Well,
It
I
ain't
don't.
Pepsi, it's
I don't
Dr.
drink.
Pepper.
It's Dr. Pepper. Wes drinks what? Oh, it's not as effective with my whole hand showing. Hi. What? Am I still on camera? Oh, sorry. Okay. Are they gonna get back to here? See, I can't keep it up. I would love to go viral with this, but I can't do it because I can't think of enough material.
Yeah,
Yep.
you just have to work on that on your off hours.
I'm off all the time, mentally and literally. I've always been a little off. But any of y'all that got cameras and phones and stuff and record, if you can record yourself reacting to my silliness, I'd be much obliged. Okay, I'm gonna take it. Here's my Pepsi, Dr. Pepsi. And that say I got a letter from Dr. Pepper saying we was gonna sponsor you till we met Bubba. We not putting our drink on the camera there. All right. I bet y'all want me to get back on this here.
Scroll on.
I am. Y'all don't pay me enough to do this.
I can't hardly see where you're scrolling.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, I'm not a cameraman. My specialty is them cookies. I'm
With
glad you
chocolate
said that.
pellets.
I'm glad you said that. You've been staring at the engine's eyes for a while, and you said, "What the hell's the boy doing?"
Josh says he can't record his reaction because it keeps falling out of the chair.
Well, son, not pop. You prop the phone up against something. If you're walling all over the floor, the phone will be looking at it. Okay, so now can y'all see? Y'all see that
Yes,
there?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now I can.
So I'm a scrolling. Here we go. You see how fast that's going? Don't even look like it's moving, does it?
Man, that's quick, man.
Yeah, I tell you what, we'll be done in what, 7, 8 days? Months?
Jason asked you to zoom in on that cut.
Be careful what you wish for. Okay. You wanted it.
Josh said he's going to get some ratchet straps out of the truck. I guess to strap yourself in or strap the phone down.
There's your zoom.
Oh, yeah. Look at there. You can see it now.
Yep, I might slap the camera with the scroll saw, but you wanted me to zoom in, that's what you get there. Let me clamp this son of a ding-ding in place there. Sorry for my gutter language there. Well, really? Oh, I got to clamp the top, too. I ran out of duct tape and baling wire, so we got to use clamps. I'm being a little bit sarcastic with this camera view, but we'll work with it.
That's plenty good. Just
Well, no, now it's
there
sitting on the table. I got to clamp it a little harder.
That's a good picture right there.
Well, thank you. Okay, so we're going to do a real close-up, and if you see the camera shake, it means the scroll saw slapped it. Perfect. Okay. You can what, Bubba? Seatbelt in that chair, Josh? Oh, okay. Zoom in on the cut, please.
That's good as it gets.
I thought that fella was being sarcastic, but okay, there it is. It's right there. Y'all gonna see this right close, like it's like virtual reality. That's a big word. Now I got to stay on the line, or people going to notice. I'm cutting to the waist side of that line there. That way, when I go off the line, I can sit there and go right back in it. But if I didn't wanna, I could go into that area on the outside of the line. It wouldn't make no difference because it's just a smudge on his face there. It's a chin shatter.
Herb Hooper says his wife was wondering what the hell I was laughing at.
Yeah, people laugh at me a lot, and I don't know why. I'm a plumb serious fella. I'm seriously funny. Was that worth the effort to go in that close? I mean, you don't get to say nothing else.
That's good for me.
Seriously? Well, no offense, but we're talking the height of my finger laying down is the only distance I have from that camera to the piece, so I had to pull it back a little bit.
That's fine. Whatever you need to do.
Okay. I appreciate y'all's understanding. I might have to reset the clamps.
Anthony Campbell says he was commenting to Herb Hooper when Herb's wife didn't know what he was laughing at. Anthony Campbell says, Herb, I know how that is. The other night, mine was looking at through the office door at me like I was nuts.
But my sister wife says I'm nuts too.
My wife tells me the same thing.
Well, Jason Rogers says he loves the zooms. I don't feel right pulling it out too much.
I think that's good right there.
I'm talking about the camera, by the way. Cat on the keyboard. What do you do that for? He's supposed to be out there making that elixir. All right. I hear voices again.
That's my wife in the background.
Your sister wife?
No, I'm not Bubba.
That's me. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna sit here and go on to another. We're gonna do the other side of the face there, so it'll be right side up for y'all. Herb Hooper says, I can understand that, Anthony, but this is way too good, Anthony. Thank God it wasn't a rabbit rap. Yeah, because what for that feller saying moo for? What kind of idiot says moo? Cows say moo moo. What kind of feller wants to say moo? That's just weird. But I feel like I want to at least get the whole face in here while I was cutting it. So I'm plumb sorry, Mr. Rogers, but I want to back it up just a little bit because I keep almost hitting the camera there when I'm going to do the scrolling and moving it into place. So hoping you don't mind if I back it up just a little more. I'm plumb sorry. But I try to get majority of the face in there while I'm cutting on it. All right? Y'all hope y'all understand there. Don't unsubscribe or nothing. I'm going to have to change. That looks really funny with the arm going through there. But that perspective, I know that's a big old word there, perspective. That means a hole up in your face. I'm going to do that. I'm going to clamp it there and we're going to pivot it down just a little bit. Is that all right with y'all? I hope you understand. I'm now, Mr. Rogers. Hey, Mr. Rogers. Anyway, what the thing is, if we get it too close, it's gonna a bump of it, and I don't want to do that. So I hope I understand there. What is this? Oh, that's a cut. I thought something was laying on the piece there. I dated my wife's mother's sister's niece once. Yeah. My sister's uncle's roommate's dog has chocolate chips too. Watch out for them there chips. That's right, Josh. When I ignore him, he usually comes and sits on the top of the mouse pad and stares at me until I pet him or move him. Yeah, that's the way my brother is. My uncle brother. Sorry. They can't all be winners. Sorry, I won't get back on it. Y'all okay with this here angle, or do you want me to get higher up so you can see more of the face there, or the whole piece? Okay.
Go ahead and do it like that. I'm good. I'm good right there.
All right. Russ, was you here the other night when I was talking perplexed about people saying having your cake and eating it too?
I'm not sure if I was.
People say you can't have your cake and eat it too. Well, why the hell else would you want cake? That didn't make sense, did it? But my point is, you don't want to have cake if you can't eat it.
Yeah.
Well,
I was looking at the chat.
I was about to say, because you didn't laugh on that one.
I was looking
They
at the
say you
chat.
can't have your cake and eat it too, but you got it. I don't want no cake less than I can eat it.
Yeah. Yeah. Anthony Campbell said, dang it, old Ron got me wanting a good deer in the woods pattern now. Josh asked, can you get higher than you are now? You seem high now. Can you get higher than you are now?
That's pretty funny right there. I could probably get higher, though. Amazing, this voice on helium.
Oh.
That'd be probably something only a dog could hear.
Did
Did you just yawn?
No.
I heard a special needs sound come out of you. It might have been you recovering from a laugh, and you went, oh.
I tried to pull one of those Jamie Page. Hey. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's how you do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
I knew I didn't have it in me.
Yeah, that feller from across the pond there, I piddled when he done that. I might have laughed a couple times. That struck me funny. See, I'm running out of material, so this voice ain't as effective now.
Yeah, that's all right. We had our run. Go ahead and go back to the normal.
Well, that's normal. I ain't never heard of normal. Wait, who are you? I'm Charles Deering. What? No, this is my show. Bull Snake, I started this stuff. What? Leave me alone. Stop it.
Get your hand out, that puppet.
Sorry, folks. That redneck took over my shop. Good Lord. Can't get. Sorry. they can't all be winners. Sorry. That was supposed to be me and Bubba fighting each other back on my own live stream, but apparently nobody caught on to that. Who are you? I'm Charles Deering. That was me trying to go back and forth between voices, but y'all didn't catch of it. Oops, I dropped back into Bubba there. Yeah, okay. I'm just going to shut up and scroll. I love to be funny, but I can't think of enough.
Lawrence Aldridge says, if you want normal, you're in the wrong place.
Yeah. No, it bothers me because I would love to keep using that voice, but I can't think of enough material to make it funny, you know?
Yeah. Josh says normal is only a setting on the washing machine and dryer.
Yep. No, but on a rare serious note, it bothers me because I love to be funny, but I can't think of enough to keep it funny. I mean, the accent itself is a little bit funny, but not on its own, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I was talking about this earlier. Weren't that funny until I started talking about the dog and the raisins and them stupid chocolate chips.
Chocolate chips sent me over the edge.
Yep. Usually I'm good at doing stuff on the fly, but if I have to keep it up, especially for these 10.5-hour live feeds, I don't know if I can do it. Yeah. All right.
Herb Cooper said, Lawrence, you were 100% correct that if you want normal, you're in the wrong place.
See, most of my humor is on the fly. That's why I ran out of material because, you know, it just doesn't flow out of me constantly. Other things do. But, yeah. So, sorry, folks. So that whole scrolling with Bubba might have gone to hell because it was a nice idea, but I can't think of nothing. And we've already established I have a lot of voices, but I can't think of the material to use them on. It would take any time I'm not scrolling, I'd have to try to come up with material and pray it wasn't stupid. Well, it was a nice thought.
Jason Rogers had a comment. He said, I always start with small cuts first in hopes of not breaking it. I would suggest next. Excuse me if I'm wrong.
Suggest what next?
Around the eyes.
Oh, he's talking about the eyebrow and wrinkle detail.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get the bigger pieces of the face done so it looks more done, and then I'll go back to the little ones. I do the bigger pieces, 1, to make a visual difference, and 2, to reduce the weight a tiny bit. But I figured if I cut the eyes and the mouth and the chin like I'm doing now, the face popped quicker than it would have if I was still working on the eyebrows. So hopefully that makes sense.
There you go, Jason.
I'm actually bummed because I was hoping I could make that a trend, but I can't do it because I can't think of enough. Oh, well.
Well, if you bring him out every now and then, that should be satisfactory.
Yeah. That's why I don't think I could ever be a comedian, because comedians write their material, but for me, it's always on the fly.
Yeah.
I know it's not as funny when I talk about comedy rather than just being funny, but it's kind of like a mailman. It's all in the delivery. See what I did there?
Oh, yeah. Good segue.
Thank you.
Lawrence is asking, do you put these on a backer board?
If I sell them, yes.
Yeah. Jason says, vibration scares me, for each their own. Doing a great job. Scroll on.
Yeah, that it's vibrating right in here when I go like this. But if I put my finger here, it won't do that.
Josh says, Jason, if your tension is right and saw set right, you have little vibration.
Yeah, a lot of the vibration with my pieces is because it's such a big piece. Any area that's not quote unquote nailed down will vibrate. But I can usually hear a certain sound if it sounds like it's going to vibrate and break. But right now it's just an annoying sound. Because I'm steering with my hands on the edge of the piece.
And a lot of times your pieces, your board is kind of cupped a little bit in the middle where it's up off the flat edge, and sometimes you have to push it down to hold it, or it will vibrate up.
There might be a slight dip in my table too, and I don't mean the dip at the table. I mean the dip in the table. Come on, I'm the dip in the table. So y'all are supposed to laugh on that, but okay, they can all be winners.
No, not all of them. I may have to cut out here in a minute, but I'll see if I can come back. I got to make some phone calls.
Is it because I'm not funny anymore? You can say it.
No. I had that phone call when somebody called me out for being on the phone when I'm supposed to be interpreting.
Interpreting?
Yes. So I have to get back on that one, but I'll come back in a little bit.
I appreciate you being here, mister.
All right. Yeah, I'll see you a bit.
All right. So now it's just me, y'all. I don't know what to talk about. I'm sorry. I was really hoping I could keep that up, but yeah, I got nothing. It was fun while it lasted, though. By God, I love to make Russ laugh because he's one of those people that has that infectious laugh. Backer board, I do when if I think I'm going to sell it, I'll put it on a backer board, but otherwise, I don't want to waste the material. Yeah, I put him in the pile next to the saw, and that's not an exaggeration. And I'll show y'all that. That's all the pieces I've done on live feeds. And you can see the latest one, and that's Spider-Man under it. And a bunch of other ones. And my last project video is that piece that's sticking out. 4 foot wide. No, that wasn't my last. It was the last piece I cut before I started doing live streams. It was
That's 4 feet wide. A stream of horses walking through water. Not a stream of horses, you know what I mean. All right, so yeah, that's what I do with all my bases unless they sell. You might be thinking they won't sell unless you back them, but if I take pictures and somebody wants one, I'll put a backer on it. You honestly thought I was going to pee himself? Yeah, I love to make people laugh, but I always say they can't all be winners. That's what I mean, is because I can't always make people laugh. Sometimes I try too hard. Well, I don't know if you saw it or just heard about it, Dave, but I was talking like this over here. And I had this little skit going that I made up on the fly, and I ran out of material, so now I'm all mature again. Good to have you again, David Jones. God only knows what you heard, unless you actually physically heard it. I guess Lawrence left his site. I missed that comment, so let me go back up. Okay, just say good night, everyone. Lawrence, if you're still listening, I appreciate you being here. Yeah. Yeah, don't forget chocolate chips. You get them from a rabbit, Penelope. Yeah. Sometimes I try too hard to be funny in it, and it's embarrassing. But I had fun doing the Bubba thing. But I think it was funny, but I couldn't think of any more, so it would have been kind of silly to keep it going. So the whole hangout is watching the show, Dave? In other words, did you hear the whole Bubba routine I did? I guess is what I'm asking. You may have, since you're coming in here saying what the hell's going on. That was fun as hell to do, though. John N says, MMN is Makers Media Network, Anthony Campbell. MakersMediaNetwork.com. It's an application process, but not terribly hard. But I'm not the decider on that. It's an application process that's completely free, I think. It's been a while since I did the application, but Makers Media Network is what MMN is. And I'll let somebody else fill in the details because I don't know what I say publicly and what I don't. David Jones says no Bubba routines. Are you saying that was not funny, but David? I don't think you would have come in here unless it was funny, unless you truly are embarrassed for me. But it was fun. Well, that came out wrong. I'm not saying you wouldn't have come in here. Yeah, just follow the directions. Which directions? You mean the lines? So apparently David doesn't want to follow my comedy career. I'll catch up to y'all's comments in a little bit because I can't scroll in and watch comments. But I have made it clear from day one that maturity is not a requirement. Definitely not for me. But I don't doubt that there's some folks that don't think I'm funny. Oh, so you didn't hear the... Then why are you saying no Bubba routines if you didn't hear it? Unless you're saying, no, I didn't hear the Bubba routines, and that's your point. So, yeah, I can't show it to you till after the live stream. But, yeah, apparently it was neighborhood of between 4 and 5 hours. I don't remember right when I did it. Okay, maybe I'm reading so many messages from you, David, that you know me, I don't get confused easily. I'm kidding. I do get confused easily, so I'm not sure what I'm following and what I'm not. So I'll just scroll. I don't know what it is with this one pilot hole that I can never find it. Go ahead and take a drink. I think there's a blowout in the wood that was hiding the pilot hole. So there we go. But there are, for lack of a better way of putting it, so don't take me officially here, but there are members-only benefits to Makers Media Network. And I know most of y'all are thinking, well, if Charlie can get on Makers Media Network, surely I can get in. Well, by God, I don't know what the criteria is. But maybe they felt sorry for me, so don't get too excited. And yes, I'm dogging myself, but it's for humor. It's because they saw value in who I was and what I do, and that's where it came from. So there, I complimented myself, David. David used to get on me more than anybody about dogging myself, but I admit I hated myself. Dogging myself is humor a lot, which I need to stop doing, but it's a bad habit. But I encourage all of y'all, when you see somebody in the chat, if they have content on their channel, check it out. Maybe give them a subscription if you like what you see. One example being Portal Woodworks, and then there's Patrick's Workshop. Yeah, you know, there's a lot of channels out there. Oh God, I just saw Steve. Okay, he didn't hear the Bubba routine. Sorry, I just didn't understand your wording, David. Josh Grover says, good, now I can drink. I've stopped laughing so hard. Good. Quack, says Mac Pierce, because that's what Mac Pierce does. Herb Hooper says, well, if nobody thought that was funny, there's definitely something wrong with them. Well, I didn't want to brag about that, Hernial Media. In other words, I don't want to. I'm saying that I personally am not the deciding factor of who gets in Makers Media. Steve Nealon of Hernial Media can tell you much more than I can about Makers Media Network, because he was one of the lead birds in that. Him and David Jones. I keep calling him Daniel. David Jones and Steve Nealon of Hernial Media can tell y'all much more specifics about Makers Media Network and the application process. So if y'all want to do that, I will read it for those that aren't watching this live or maybe watching from Facebook. I will read it out loud as to what they say. That way anybody might be interested can check it out. I figured you were, David. And I can't defend that I do it. I think one reason why I dog myself for humor is because I feel guilty if I target somebody else. Although I've done it, it's, for lack of a better word, it's safer to dog myself than other people, because I don't know. It doesn't mean it's a good trait to have, but that's why I do it. Now y'all see Hernial Media giving me guff every now and then in these chats, but he's an awesome guy. Obviously, I mean, I use him for my website. He's very helpful. He doesn't lose patience, and if he does, he doesn't show it. And great group of people out there. I mean, I've got a lot of close friends. It's just hard to narrow them all down, but yeah, Hernial Media and Makers Media Network are a great bunch of people. Randy Bosheen says, what the hell, been drinking and laughing all night. Thought I turned into Comedy Central. Randy, are you the one that bought this warrior pattern last night? Because when I was doing a pilot hole count, I was saying anybody that bought this pattern is disqualified because they could have bought the pattern to count the cuts to win. But yeah, what? Oh, Anthony Campbell is asking Harnell Media what Makers Media Network is. Patrick's Workshop said, Chuck, are you drinking the DP and chooching? I mean, yeah, you could go to the MMN website. The reason why I brought it up in the chat is because, you know, at the risk of sounding rude, since they're in here and don't want to leave but might want to find out, that's why I was throwing it out there if y'all wanted to talk about it. Because if they're anything like me, they forget about things after the live feed's over. But yeah, it's up to y'all. But Makers, he's calling it MMN website, but I believe the actual website is Makers Media Network. So I don't want anybody to get confused by that unless I've slept since then and it's called MMN.com. But I'm pretty sure it's MakersMediaNetwork.com. So I'm going to shut up and get back scrolling because I don't want to give out wrong information. And yes, I'm drinking the DP and chooching. And again, I don't want to obligate anybody, but if anybody watching has a webcam and mic and can keep it family friendly, you're welcome to come over here and have people hear your voice. I would like it if you could read comments and questions for me so I don't have to stop scrolling to do it, but it's not a requirement. But I do ask that you please be family friendly. I know I skate the line sometimes, but I do scroll quicker, a little bit quicker when I have somebody reading the comments and questions, but it's never a requirement. I know some of y'all have webcams and mics, but I also don't want to obligate you. But if you've been waiting on me to ask you, that's what I'm doing. And plus, you can promote your social media and this and that because I want people to know about as many people as possible. It's not about me; it's about all of us. Harnell Media says MMN is a co-op of makers, woodworkers, and craftsmen dedicated, and women, dedicated to our craft, growing the community and helping and promoting each other whenever possible. Yeah, that was what I was trying to say earlier, but words escape me. Jason Rogers says, I'm on Facebook. I will say what it is if you're okay with it. Say what is. Say I'm confused again. Forgive my confusion, Jason Rogers, but seriously, when I read too many comments, I lose track of what people are responding to. So, unless you're talking about Makers Media Network, but you might have been typing that as Harnell Media answered that. It's completely up to y'all. I'll catch up in a second because sorry that I have to be reminded what you're talking about because I lose track a lot. My train of thought often derails. And that's not me dogging myself, David. It's just the truth. It'd be fun having some of those MMN folks here on the chat, but God love you, hobby, but you love to derail when you're on my panels. Randy Bosheen says, no, I bought Mount Rushmore and 4 Chiefs. Right. All right, my apologies. By the way, anybody wanting this pattern that I'm working on, which is, let me show you the small version. Yeah, I don't know where I put it. Oh, it's right here. Since you're not able to see the whole picture that I'm working on, this is what it will look like, except it'll be wood, of course. If you want this pattern, go to woodenvisions.com/shop/warrior, WARRIOR. Train wreck. See, no, sadly, I don't even know what he's talking about. Oh, he's talking about Team Scroll Saw. Lord. Yeah, Founding Fathers. Okay, I'm going to get back. We have a meeting, me, Dale Kirkwood, which is Maple Tree Studios, Jamie Page, which is jpwoodwork.com, and also JP Woodwork here on YouTube. Julian Martinez, which is 5x30 Workshop, 5x30, and West Balco Scroll Saw Cafe. We have a meeting Saturday to discuss the particulars of Team Scroll Saw because we've been having trouble all getting together to discuss these particulars. So hopefully we'll know more after Saturday. Oh, all right. So I'm going to get back to scrolling here. And forgive me for having to stop every now and then because my back needs to stretch and my Dr. Pepper needs a drink, and by God. And those of y'all that wanted endless comedy, I'm sorry I ran out of material. Now, like, I believe it was Mr. Rogers that said this, but he talked about getting all the little cuts. Now, because I have cut all those big cuts out, I am going to hold my hand here when I'm working on these little areas in case it wants to vibrate, although it's holding on a lot there and a little bit here. So, but better safe than sorry. And if you're a first-time viewer, the reason why I start with the face, more so the eyes, is because of identifiable. Although this isn't somebody we recognize, if I had broken the middle of that eye out, you know, I could glue it to the back here to keep it. But if you're doing a custom portrait of somebody and you want it to look like them, you know, their face is going to have those recognizable features. But if I started with the hair and the shirt, whatever, and then went to the face and broke the face, I went through all that other cutting for nothing. That's why I start with the face. Oh, you were talking about promoting. Yeah, that's fine. Well, Mac Pierce says you're fun to watch, whether you're doing comedy or not. I appreciate that. Josh Grover says, night all. Sorry if I missed another comment from you, Josh. I appreciate you watching. Jason Rogers says, J and K on Facebook shows a few pieces I have cut. All right. Yeah, promote it. Any of y'all promote your social media. I encourage that so everybody in the chat can check each other out. Over on Facebook, J and K. Is it with a J and symbol K, or is it J and the word and K scrolling on Facebook? All right, so I'm gonna continue cutting. But yeah, I encourage people to promote each other. The only time I ever got upset with somebody promoting something, it was Lee Knighton coming in here promoting his live show that was getting ready to start while I was doing a live stream. So that kind of irked me a little bit. You know, just certain things like that bother me, but you know, there's that. So I'm going to stop on that so I don't sound petty. And the only reason I said his name is because he did it publicly. But I'm not pissed. I just, you know, didn't think it was cool. Randy Bosheen says, being here in the Rushmore state and brother-in-law owning a gift shop, figured it would look good in his retail store. Dang it, I want part of the profits, Randy. Just kidding. Say, I wish I had a connection like that. Dang it. Oh, well, I don't want to sit here and pout. So I'm going to get back to it. But it is funny how I always talk about how I don't get many sales of finished pieces. And yes, I know I need to get those on my website. But in general, it's funny that a lot of people make money off of cuts from my designs, and I don't. So it's playfully depressing. But I'm not actually depressed. I just need to get better at selling. Shops and Spearfish, says Randy Bosheen. I'm glad I didn't commit to scrolling with both, because there's no way I could come up with this every week on the fly. Anyway, fixing my stool, stretching my back, that's what I do. Got 13 people watching. I appreciate you. If you have any questions or comments, don't be shy. I will respond. And if I don't know, either me or people in the chat usually have an answer. I don't know everything, contrary to popular belief. Yeah, we encourage beginners to ask questions because that's how we learn. And nobody will mess with you. If they do, they'll get attacked. But it hadn't happened yet. So please don't be shy if you're holding back with comments or questions. As long as they're family friendly, I'll address them. I know you're tired of hearing family friendly, but we're family friendly, by golly. Unless you like rabbits and chocolate chips, but that's another thing. But if I'm being honest, that little routine was family friendly because I didn't cuss, I don't think. Cussing is my second language. Sometimes I don't even know I'm doing it. John N says, attacked by Bubba. Mac Pierce says, yeah, we just messed with Charles. Yeah, just a little bit. If he ain't goofy, he's singing. And if he ain't singing, he's doing different voices, which goes to the goofy category. But it's fun. See, I don't remember who it was, but I've seen people do live scrolling. I think it was live, but they were dead quiet the whole time. And I just, I don't see any benefit in that unless people just want to watch. But it all goes back to if I can help one person, fine. And if I can entertain people, that's even more fun. But yeah, I can't just, unless I was in a really bad mood and wanted to do a live stream. If you ever hear me being real quiet, it means I'm either sad or mad. And just have to tolerate me, I guess. But usually if I'm sad or mad, I wouldn't be doing a live stream. John Nave says, I've got to go, guys. See you tomorrow. Good night, John. I don't know why I read it in that accent, but I did it because I could. All right, so there. Appreciate you being here, sir. I'm just checking to see if YouTube is trying to hold me for a review so I can nip that in the bud before we're done. And then I'll get right back to cutting. Because they love to hold my videos, my live stream. Yep, they doing it. They love to hold my live streams for review. Might not be advertiser friendly. Well, dagnabbit. Or may not be appropriate for all advertisers. Well, dang it. Why don't you watch it and find out? Anyway, thanks for the laughs. You're welcome. Thanks for the activity and watching. So I'm glad I clicked that. So now it's under review. I think when you click request review, it's actually a physical person and not an algorithm. But they usually get it reviewed pretty quick. It used to bother me because, I relied more on YouTube for an income. And it's like, man, you're taking away my revenue when there's most views, I say most, are while the show is live, but over time those views build up, or can. But for those that don't know, I broke a blade. So for those that don't know, that's our drinking game. If I break a blade or have trouble finding the pilot hole, That's when you take a drink. But most people don't know this, but you hear about views and this and that on YouTube, and I got to thinking, how long does somebody have to watch for it to count as a view? And I Googled it. It's 30 seconds, so it doesn't take much to get a view. So I could sit here and talk all nice for 30 seconds and then turn to complete gutter, and I'd have the views, but it's about more than views. So on my saw, whenever that's going to try to hockey stick on me. Really? I'm just going to try it. On my saw, whenever I break a blade, I have to redo the tension. Yeah, this is going to be hockey stick, so I probably won't be able to use it after this cut. I mean, after tensioning the blade. See how I've unclamped it and it's still in there? That's what happens when the hockey sticks on a Hegner. That's not worth a flipping fart. Yeah, I'm just going to get that blade out of there. So we're going to run out of blades, at least ones that are loaded in the clamp, because I only have 3 left, but we can load more if y'all are patient with me. So that's another wasted blade. That one may work, but I guess we'll find out. But a Hegner is really the only scroll saw where the top and bottom of the blade need to both be facing the same direction in order to work, because there's very little forgiveness in the gap of it should be a little bit higher. But as narrow as these blade clamps are, they're not as forgiving as most blade clamps. So that's why I like the flat end. But if they're not aimed right, then you have to stop and do that. So of the number 5s I have, there's only 3 left after this one, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 number 3s. So, but even if that happens, I can reload clamps. Mac Pierce says, Charles, you're welcome to just call me Mac. You usually say Mac Pierce, but Mac is fine. Okay, Prince. I'm kidding. Steve Combs last night wanted me to call him Prince. But yeah, thank you. Okay, Mac. The reason why I do that is in case there's more than one of a certain name, although John is the only one that's had more than one name, John Nave and John Hope and John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. So there's that. But thank you for giving me that permission. No. Yeah, this one might break too because it's got a crimp right there at the twist. So I'm going to have a string of good luck if I ever get scrolling again. And it's probably going to hockey stick on me. Nope, it didn't. Yay. Wow. Really? It's like I didn't even tension it. Dang it. What the hell is up here? One area is like I didn't tension. Another one is like I had the tension way too high. So that's just a weird. So I'm going to loosen the tension before I even pull the lever back. Really? There we go. Okay, so we'll start calling him Mac is fine. Just kidding. That was funny. David Jones coming in. What in the Sam hell's going on? I used to know what the origin of Sam Hill was. What in Sam Hill? It's actually Sam Hill, not Sam Hell, I don't think. But worst problem. Yeah, we can't talk about dinner, Mac, because I'm starting to get hungry, and if I think about it too much, I won't be able to continue the live feed. Not that that's a problem. It has been 5.5 hours, but I do think once I get done with the detail around the eyes here and here, I probably will end the live feed because it's been going so long and because I am getting a little hungry, but I will try to stretch it out till I get at least this area done. And I will probably have a morning live feed if I get a good night's sleep. And then I mean, if I have a good sleep schedule, I can do a live feed in the morning and the evening. But sometimes, like today, I got a late start and had to get crap done, adulting. So this is the only live feed I could do. So I'm going to go ahead and do these two cuts and this along here, and then we'll come over to do that other eye, which I may have to do upside down because of that visual comfort thing where the cuts are closer to me. And then we'll get on till tomorrow morning, but we still got some time here. Some of that little on-the-fly comedy routine, you could tell I was making it up on the fly because some of them just bombed, in my own opinion anyway. Like that whole sister wife thing that was kind of on the fly. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. All right. Worst problems to have. I started that whole worst problems to have thing when it was from 2018 to 2019. It was New Year's Eve. We had a house fire, but I didn't want to sound like I was whining when I was complaining about versus different things I had to deal with the fire. But I knew nobody died, no animals died, didn't lose everything, single thing we owned. And so I kept saying worst things to have, worst things to have. And so it gave me that positive attitude. So that's why I'm constantly saying that now. Piece of debris under there. I'm trying to find the original source photo I used for this so people can compare it to the original photo. Not the pattern, but the photo I made the pattern from. So I think it's cool when you have something you can compare it to.